Right. Getting ready to build some Dracosan transports for my Imperial Guardsmen because I'm not going to call them Militarum and all that stupid shit. And Unscripted and Unchained's got a thing going on tonight. Have to watch that maybe. Got some friends coming over. We'll probably play some board games. So, as you can see from the title, that is a legit question. Why are all the people at these No Kings riots or protests or whatever we're calling them, why are they all like so fucking old? Now Philicanus did send me a comment saying about how we were having an interesting discussion, and he had some questions for me, and I wanted to hit them first. Because when somebody sends me comments, I will be 100% honest with you guys. I suck at like the written word. I'm not great at it. I mean, I'm not great at the spoken word either, right? But at least the spoken word's easier. And since I don't script shit, even though I know I should, and all my homies probably think I should, let's see here. So the discussion about whether or not you should ever like fudge dice. And I'm not looking at the actual live screen. So if anybody's there, just give me a second while I deal with this. Should the DM aim to make sure that his combats don't get predictable? The problem with playing D&D is sometimes combats are just kind of predictable, and that's just kind of the way it is. Now, I've ran the game at this point for about 41 years. If you know a way of making it where, every fight against 10 to 12 orcs isn't kind of predictable, I'd love to hear it. Now, fourth edition, believe it or not, it did teach me a few things like, what if they go into the room that's like a 30 by 50 and there's a platform in the room and some orc archers on the platform? That adds a whole different level of tomfoolery because now the players have to figure out a way to get up a 10-foot platform to take out some orc crossbowmen, let's say, while there's orcs on the ground trying to, so you can do little things like that to try and mix things up. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's really with D&D, with any role-playing game, it's a roll-off. You roll, they roll, you roll, they roll, and hopefully you have the more resources, hit points, etc., healing magic, etc., and you roll better, etc. Again, a really smart player in any game is going to do everything they can to mitigate luck, and so they're always going to have a better chance of surviving any combat than knuckleheads that just want to charge in all Leroy Jenkins style and rely on their armor and their hit points to get them through a battle. Because those kind of players, if they roll a couple of bad rolls, they're just going to die, as they should, in my opinion. Should the DM try? No, the DM should never try to kill players and stuff like that. And again, that's a thing with D&D, where depending on the version you're using, you want a battle to be challenging, but you don't want every battle to end up with the cleric out of healing spells and, at least one character whacked and everybody's down to 20%, because then what's going to happen is they're going to leave the dungeon and they're going to go back to their camp to rest up. And that's a day, at least, depending on what rule set you're using, to come back. And the idea of I'm going to fight one battle, go rest for a week, come back and fight another battle, go rest for a week. I mean, that has its own issues that I don't like. So no. But if the players go into a room and there's a guard room with like 4 orcs in it, well, then they fight the 4 orcs. I think the most important thing, Phyllis Canis, is that you make things, if you're running a dungeon or not, if everything makes sense. Like when the players go into a room and they fight a number of orcs, or I keep using orcs because I mean orcs, right? That the players are like, yeah, that makes sense to me. These orcs are here for a reason. Whether the battle is easy or hard or whatever, I think that's less important than an amount of similitude. Like, why are these orcs here? You know? And because of that, I'm generally not a fan of funhouse dungeons. But hey, yeah, the DM should never have a goal. If anything, I think the DM should be on the player's side. The DM should want the players to actually win, but that don't mean cheating. That does not mean cheating. That just means, don't be a dick. No one likes killer DMs. Should you bother running fights if the party is going to be heavily, such as a battle with 10 orcs versus a very competent party? Yes. Yes, you should run those fights. And if the players are very competent, maybe the orcs should be very competent too. I'm not saying, again, go after the players to murder them all, but give them a little bit of a challenge here and there, make them feel like their characters are badasses. I mean, and again, those 10 orcs, depending on how they fight, think about this 10 orcs. Okay, what just happened? Okay, we're back. 10 orcs in a room, 5 have heavy shields and spears, and they're like they're blocking off the passage, let's say. They've got their spears, they've got their heavy shields, they've locked up ranks like freaking Roman legionnaires, and then maybe you've got a couple orcs behind them with pole arms with reach. And then with that group with the pole arms at reach, maybe you got a couple of guys with long bows or short bows or crossbows. All of a sudden, those 10 orcs are a challenge, unless you got a mage with a, fireball, then boom, But, I mean, 5th level groups, yeah. And if you've got a mage and he's willing to dump the fireball on those orcs, then more power to him, man. If it makes him feel good, it makes him feel like he accomplished something, then 100%. Yeah, so at the end of the day, my answer to all of Felix Canis's, who joined us in chat and was an absolute gentleman, my answer to all of his questions is don't cheat. Just don't cheat. Just roll the damn dice. And whether the players, I will go so far as say sometimes you should throw encounters at the players. They should be in the dungeon, let's say, that are incredibly easy for the players to beat, because it's going to make the players feel like badasses, right? Unless they're smart enough to realize that, hey, sometimes it's easy and sometimes it's hard, So yeah, if the players wander in on like a couple of orc, or goblin slaves in the orc dungeons, and they just club them like baby sills, there's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that. Let the players have their power fantasy there for a minute before the ogre shows up and starts snapping necks or something. All of that said, yeah, again, my answer to Felix Canis is just don't ever cheat with the dice, because that is a slippery slope. And once you start going down that slope, then you pretty much are going to kill your game. Because if your players don't trust you to be honest about the game you're running and everything like that, then you're done. I mean, the most important thing, in my experience, in my opinion, etc., is that the players and the DM have to have trust. You have to trust that the DM is not a killer DM that's going to try and screw you over nonstop. And you have to trust that your players aren't a bunch of cheating wankers that are just at the table trying to be jerk offs. If you got that kind of trust where everybody's basically on the same team, which is team, let's have a good time tonight, and eat some chips and drink some whatever, and enjoy ourselves hanging out with each other, because let's be honest, There's other shit you could do besides run D&D games. You could be at the movies. You could be out on a date with your best girl or guy, whatever. I mean, do I agree with that? No, but like Seinfeld said, not that there's anything wrong, So yeah, there's a million things you could be doing. The fact that you chose to run a game means don't F it up. Just don't F it up, man. And it's so easy to completely wreck that trust. And once you've wrecked that trust, then you end up sometimes with the ever popular, player versus DM kind of bullshit. And you don't want that. You want the players, when you make a ruling as a dungeon master, you want the players to be like, whether they agree or not, you want them to trust that you're making the ruling for the good of the game and the fun of the whole group, and not because you're just being an asshole. That's very important to me, I think. So I hope that answers your questions, Felix Canis. I might have to cut this part of the live stream off and make a video out of it, because I can do that. I can do some editing if I want, even though I never want to. But I hope I answered your questions. And if I didn't, well, you know what to do. Comment again. I do requests. If you make comments asking me questions, chances are I will respond, because, I mean, what else am I going to do while I'm sitting here gluing tiny tanks together? Now, I'm going to go back to the actual restream thing and do the chat and put invites out and all that sort of stuff. So here we are. Hey, there's Death. There's Phyllis Canis. Do you think having a lethal game ensures that your combats will never be boring? No, not at all. And I've played many game rules that are very lethal. Middle-earth role-playing can be incredibly lethal, let me tell you. I mean, an orc rolls a 99 on their attack roll, you're rolling an E crit. That's how you end up with your character you've been playing a year and a half getting insta-killed by an orc. You know what I mean? Because he rolled 2 90-plus rolls on his die 100, and your favorite character caught an arrow to the eyeball and is instantly killed because your brain is destroyed. So, yeah, they don't have to be lethal to be interesting. And I don't know there you are, though, Felix Canis. I was responding to you. Like simple shit, like having the enemy fight in formations, try out flanking maneuvers, or have like a 30 by 50 foot room that's 20 foot tall and like 10 feet up. There's a platform running along one edge of the room that can only be accessed from another room past that room. So now all of a sudden you've got orcs shooting down, which means they get advantage because they're higher ground shooting down, at least in AD&D. And you've got the orcs on the ground doing what they're doing. And that, while not being a lethal combat, can be very interesting. Also, it can let certain players shine, like monks or whatever, that get huge bonuses to like leaping and jumping and shit like that. All of a sudden, it's like it's their time to shine, basically, which is a good thing because, again, and I know a lot of people may agree or disagree, but D&D is a power fantasy. Most role-playing games are. And that means occasionally the players have to run. Occasionally shit gets out of control. But there's nothing wrong with letting your mighty warrior cleave through a horde of goblins on his way to fight the big bad guy. Nothing wrong with that at all. It just makes everybody feel like their characters are worth a day. So yeah, that's why the cleave rule has existed since like basic D&D. Because the goal at the end of the day is you want the players to be like, "What's up, Mr. Sova? How you doing?" Ah, man, we got Nerdy Ogre. I didn't even mention Palladium, and he showed up. Yeah, if you're gonna fudge the die, just don't roll the die. I agree with that, Nerdy Ogre. Like, if you're going to fudge the die to make the players make a saving throw, just don't tell them to roll the dice at all. Just assume that whatever you were going to make them make a save against, they just automatically are going to succeed. I mean, why jerk everyone around? You know what I'm saying? But as far as interesting combats, I mean, Tucker's Kobolds comes to mind. You know, you're in a dungeon. It's very small. It's very cramped. You got to go single file. Kobolds are chucking poison snakes on your head from openings in the roof of the tunnel. They're constantly throwing like burning pints of oil at you, etc. All of these things can take we're a level 10 party and we're getting ready to raid some kobolds. This is going to be super easy. And then all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, we better think, or these freaking kobolds are going to murder us like little, so-and-sos. And yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. If a monster is intelligent, make it intelligent. But as I've said, and I will reiterate this a million times, never cheat on die rolls. Never. I mean, there's such a thing as love and respect for the game. And if you're cheating on die rolls, then you have no love or respect for the game. Now, as far as we can talk about whatever, but just so I'm going to put that down, you can look at for a second. I am building some Drakensons. These are the chimeras before there were chimeras, except they're based on the Malkador tank chassis. And as I've told you guys, the fact that in real life I was in a mechanized infantry regiment, my beloved 3-7 infantry cotton bellers, by goddamn fine soldiers. I have a tendency in war games to always be attracted to mechanized formations. So that's why when I was showing off my Blood Angels, Janet, what is up? I was watching you guys play the other night. I was on my Discord and I saw I had a link from you, and I followed the link, and you guys, Nerdy was there, and you guys were fighting the Dungeon of 1,000 Eyeballs or something like that. And I ended up watching that while I was laying in bed for a while, and it was pretty good. I liked it. It looks like you're playing an elf. Your character portrait looked really like pretty with all the white hair and everything. If that was you, that could have been Nerdy, and I'm not making any judgments either way. But yeah, when I used to play role-playing games with my mother, because when she got in her 60s, she would start playing role-playing games with the wife and I as part of our regular group. And she always wanted to play like an elf with long white or silver hair. That was like her thing. And almost always a fighter too, because my mom's like, I am my mother's son. It's like, nah, we don't need magic. We're going to scrap this shit out. And my mom was the same way. But she preferred the warrior types. So, whereas my wife, she's more of a cleric type. Your show has been canceled and you're dressed as a vampire. What do you mean? It must be a different show, because I was watching Bruce run the D&D game for you and Nerdy Ogre last night. And the white-haired woman is a vampire. Well, I mean, she is a very cute little vampire then. Not the kind of vampire you would ever encounter in one of my Baptism of Fire games. Oh, that's you. See? Darn it. Well, you did a good job. Leave it at that. But yeah, vampires in Baptism of Fire are almost incredibly hideous and ugly. Oh, the girl and a guy in a movie? I'm sorry. And that's too bad, too, because I was just suggesting to Bruce to have you watch, what's it called? Six String Samurai or Radioactive Dreams. They're really, really old movies from like the early 80s, and they're really schlocky, but they're still like amazing and awesome. So yeah, I don't do mages. You're the human barbarian. Awesome. You need to watch Dungeon Soup and play your barbarian just like that guy. The chaotic good barbarian. Bram Stoker. Yeah, the drunk Irishman. Taking the Irish myth of the unshriven host and then combining it with the Slavic Strigoi to make Count Dracula. Pretty creative of him, really. I mean, that's pretty creative. I mean, did he get everything right? Of course not. But, pretty creative. Yeah, Strigoi are a totally different thing than what people think vampires are. Strigs. Yeah, Six String Samurai is so fun. Buddy Holly trying to get to Las Vegas to become the king because Elvis is dead. I have a young lady at my table, and by young, I mean she's in her 30s, maybe. And she always wants to play the gnome rogue. And I let her because why wouldn't I? If she wants to play the gnome rogue and do gnome rogue shit, knock herself out, right? And then her boyfriend, he always plays a rogue too, but usually he plays like a fighter illusionist or something. But, they're both rogues or gnomes. I cannot play anything online. And also, you don't want me to play anything online with you because I'm a dick. I am a judgmental dick. While all of my players would argue that I'm probably one of the best DMs they've ever played with, which at least one of them's married to me, so she's got to say that, I guess. I'm a horrible player. I'm like the worst player. And I wouldn't wish myself on anybody. And that's a fact. And we've talked about that, I think, in a live stream. The whole, how do you deal with somebody who's been the forever DM? And now all of a sudden you want that person to be a player, except they're just going to sit there and judge you. And I mean, that's a great segue into the last week's Critical Role. If you paid any attention and you know anything about, body language, it was just Matt Merles judging the shit out of that Mulligan guy or whatever his name, like for 4 hours straight. And I don't like to put people I consider to be friendly with through that sort of thing. Like right now, we're not even playing role-playing games on Sundays anymore. My wife is running a board game night. And a lot of her friends come over and sometimes I join them and sometimes I don't. But we play, like Carcassonne, Splendor, No Escape, things like that. Yeah, right? She played a Dwarven Cleric and a half-orc Barbarian. I mean, come on. Who doesn't love the Dwarven Cleric? Dwarven Clerics are awesome. Half-orcs, I'm not a huge fan of half-orcs at all because I don't subscribe to the World of Warcraft orc. I like the original pig-faced scumbag orc. And yeah. I think in the original rules, half-orcs couldn't even be good. Like they automatically were predisposed towards evil. Or neutral at best. So, and I believe that's one of the reasons in AD&D half-orcs, like one of the few classes a half-orc could be that they had unlimited leveling in was assassin, because they're not good. My white-haired character is human and not a vampire. Nerdy plays with our group. I know. I'm so confused, Janet. But yes, what are the most obscure role-playing game I've ever played in my life, not counting the one I wrote, is Cyborg Commandos by Gary Gygax. But really, he was just a consultant on that. And that game, not only is it pretty obscure, but it's also pretty terrible. Like, and I'm not saying that out of any sort of meanness, because the concept is really cool, which is why I bought the box set and I still have it. But oh my God, it was like, basically they were trying so hard not to get sued by TSR. So they made the system like really wild. Hey, what's up, Richard? That the system sucked. It was like you roll 2 die 10 and you multiply them. So, a 9 and a 1, instead of being a 91, it's a 9. And like I said, my assumption is they were just trying not to get sued by TSR, because TSR had sued Gary Gygax over literally everything else he'd ever done. But it is a game that I think is relatively obscure. Most people, when you talk about it, they're like, what? And I have argued multiple times, could have been really good. It's just, it wasn't, but it could have been. I mean, the whole idea of these crazy ass aliens invading Earth and destroying, conventional armies. So all the major powers of Earth get together to create these cyborg commando guys that look human, but they're actually, all like superpowered cybernetic whatevers, and send them out to fight the aliens. I mean, if you give yourself 2 seconds to think about that setup, that's great. And also the aliens were amazing. What's up, George? And Leth, how you doing, Leth? I do have Legendary Journeys. I ran Legendary Journeys. Mythos, he got sued on that, and it all got destroyed before I got any part of that. But Legendary Journeys, I have the original one, and then I have the box set that Troll Lords put out like 20 years ago. So, but Cyborg Commandos, the aliens, it's like they like to appear like dust mites, because dust mites are horrific looking, except these things would be like bigger than a tank dust mites. And they have technology that they carry inside of their bodies. So like they can open like an armored, biologically, like shell will open and a laser will come out. And the reason is because every cell of these aliens is actually an independent creature, but they glom together and form like a gigantic compound creature. So the more you damage them, the stupider they get, because, they have less neurons to try to figure shit out. Yes, not Arneson, but I did meet Gygax. It was for maybe 5 minutes. He signed a Fiend Folio for me, which is really stupid since he didn't even work on that. And I barely said anything because, like real Hollywood Stories of Charlie Murphy, had that aura around him. And also, before I joined the army, I was really shy. I was like 5'8", 140 pounds, pimply faced, super shy, ultra greasy, nerdy guy. Not quite as bad as Waldo and Hot for Teacher, but damn close. Now the army straightened me up. After I was in the army, got through infantry training and, become an idiot. Then I straightened up and started, because you have to. When you're in the army, you can't be shy, because drill sergeant will be up your ass nonstop. So yeah, the shyness goes right away pretty quick. But yeah, when I met him, I was just like, "Did you sign this for me? Thank you." It's embarrassing, really. I mean, honestly, it's embarrassing, but I was that guy, which is why sometimes I hate when people talk about all this shit, about D&D was like this and like that back in the old days. as a guy who lived through the torment of being a skinny little pimply faced nerd that played role playing games, it kind of pisses me off when these people I would consider the cool kids whine about, well, they never would let me play D&D. And it's like, who is they? Because we accepted everyone because we were pretty much the lowest of the social ladder. It was like, like when you got these fake ass tourist people who are playing, a lot of them women, and they want to say, like, no one would ever let me play because I was a woman. And I'm like, okay, first off, I'm not saying they're lying. I'm just saying I wish I knew where they were, because any woman that ever came up to our group and was like, hey, what are you guys doing? Can we play? Would have been instantly invited. Now, granted, they might have had to deal with some of the guys like wanting to date them or something, and that could have been awkward to a young lady, but no way they'd be like, ew, you're a girl, go away. We were all that guy at one time. Yeah. I agree. I think you're right. We were all that guy. Like, when I think about the guy I was versus the guy I become, it's like, it really is kind of like wild to me. It's like, because when I was young, I was such a skinny little bit of a nerd, and then I joined the Army. And by the time I graduated from Benning, I had went from like 5'6" or 5'7" to like 6'1", 200 pounds. They were constantly like measuring me for a BMI because I weighed literally 40 pounds more than I should have for that height. But every time they'd measure me, I was just jacked. So they'd be like, yeah, you're good, man. And that was me throughout the Army, especially since when I got to my first duty station at Fort Swampy or Stewart, depending on who you ask. In addition to being deployed to the field 290 days a year, when I wasn't in the field, me and a lot of the dudes in my company and platoon, we'd be out playing rugby. We would be just cranking it out at the gym, taking supplements. And, so I was always like kind of jacked in the Army. And even for years after I got out of the Army, I was pretty jacked. Every person, see, I don't pretend I was cool in high school. I know for a fact I was not. I was the absolute opposite of cool. I was, like I said, a greasy, nerdy little kid listening to The Cure or Pink Floyd. And like all the cool kids, right? They were like, they were cool. And I was just not part of that, But yeah, anyone could have played the game with us. I mean, we had a buddy of mine. He was Puerto Rican. He played, and any woman that wanted to play could play. I mean, anybody could play. Like one of the guys that played was gay back in like 87 when being gay was a little bit more problematic, and it was like, whatever, I mean, right.
I didn't know gay
That's my
Tony
thing,
played
man.
D&D.
Yeah, I mean, the dude, I mean, it took him a minute to come out, but when he came out, everybody was just like, yeah, we know. He played a paladin, and and it was like I say to anyone, if you ask me about sexuality, I will tell you. Some things are sins and some things are not, and neither of them are my business. And I appreciate if you don't make it my business.
Yeah, just don't be weird about it.
It's hip to be square. It is now, Phyllis Canis. All of a sudden, everybody's like wanting to be like away, but no, it wasn't hip back then. There was no hipness to it. I was getting picked on. That's when I learned to fight. That's why I got scars on my face and a broken nose and shit, because
Our fights never got that bad. I mean, it
dude,
was that one time somebody got hit with one of those cafeteria trays.
my brother threw a guy off the second floor of the school we went to.
Well, damn.
Yeah, well, the staircase. We had the like prison type staircases. and he chucked the dude right off the second floor landing. 5'6", 155, and left AIT 177. Yeah, I mean that's what the Army will do. And when you're at Benning going through infantry training, it's like I had a really hard time in the Army because I was kosher. I did not eat pork. So I had this buddy of mine, his first name was Napier. And he would always sit next to me because it's not like you got to choose what you got for breakfast or anything. They just put stuff on the tray and you had like 5 minutes to eat it. And he would always be like, "You gonna eat that sausage, Fred? You gonna eat that bacon?" I always be like, "Yeah." So I basically lived on toast and oatmeal for like basic training and everything. And then I had to make like deals with people about MREs because I'd be like, "Look, I can't eat the pork patty, right? I can't do this. I can't do that. I have to have the kosher one." But back then, like, no one gave a shit. They weren't making any special meal plan for you. They're like, "Oh, you're Jewish and you're kosher. You live a kosher lifestyle. Well, sucks to be you, man. Figure it out." And I did. And then when we got into the secondary part of training, where we actually got to go to a chow hall and order whatever we wanted to eat, oh my God. I'd go in there and for breakfast, I'd have like an orange, an apple, 2 boxes of frosted mini wheats, maybe some eggs, depending. I mean, I always tried to keep it as kosher as possible, but that's when I gained the weight. When I started getting to actually choose what I ate. Man, but I was working out all the time. We had a rule at our chow hall that you weren't allowed to go in the chow hall unless you could do like 10 pull-ups. And you'd be surprised how many people cannot do 10 pull-ups, myself included at first.
Yeah.
And but by the end of it, yeah, I could yank myself up underarm pull-ups 10 times. And yeah, I came out the other end, boy, a killing machine. My face cleared up. I stopped being so greasy headed. I'm still greasy haired, but not as bad. And I was just like, I don't know, no body fat, just big. And brainwashed as hell, man. I was a killing machine, a combat warrior. And then, of course, the firefighter gig, which if there's one thing firefighters love, let me tell you what it is, and that's veterans. When I went to get the job, I was competing against about 100 other people, but I was the only veteran. And they're like, "Yep, we're taking the veteran."
Well,
Not that anyone ever like beat me at any of the testing or anything so bad that it should have been an issue. But oh yeah.
I guess it's the thing of they know you can do the job and do it probably really well.
Well, my chief, I think he was a combat vet in Vietnam or some shit. And, so there is kind of a track in America between military and first responders. You see, hey, Shadow 47 without his son today. But so like you run into the best cops you're ever going to deal with are all like vets. It's the ones that decide they want to be cops when they were getting beat up in high school and just went to academy and somehow got on at a job because, let's be honest, we need more cops. So
yeah, either that or nepotism.
Right. And then, those guys are always the cool ones, they're the ones that don't, that aren't dicks. Because, I mean, dude, they've already been through the ringer in the Army. They've already ate enough shit sandwiches. They know what it's like. So they're not trying to make, your life any harder than it needs to be, And it's the same with the firefighters, You run out. And like you said, Leth, because they know. Like when they were interviewing me and they're like, "So you were in the Gulf War, huh?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I spent a year over there." And they're like, "Well," right at that point, they're assuming that I'm not going to flake out, in the middle of a call. They're automatically assuming for right or wrong that, yeah, this guy he's probably going to be okay with the blood and the guts and shit like that. Probably don't got to worry about him. He's a safe call. You know what I mean? Because everybody isn't. You'd be surprised how many people actually get hired on as a firefighter and then lose it all because they get a bad call and they quit. Not get fired, because you won't get fired on a bad call. I've had a bad call. I had a call once that was so bad that I forgot who I was. Like, for real. Like, I forgot who I was. I forgot what a BVM is. I'm standing there holding the airway bag. I have no idea what anything in it is. That's how bad this call was. And when we
sounds
got
horrifying.
it was horrifying. It was absolutely horrifying. And when I got back to the station, I apologized. I was like, I'm so sorry, guys. I just don't know what happened there. And all the guys I worked with, they're like, you don't have to apologize, man. We've all been there. It happens, just you just kind of try to deal with it and move on, I mean, I'll tell you, some of the most forgiving people you ever meet are firefighters, men and women. They will forgive your F-ups if you are actually, repentant about the F-up. Yeah, they'll be like, don't worry. And what I was running on a person who rolled their car and got ejected and twisted, like their body twisted. And so they're going to the next life. There's nothing we can do about it. But when I ran up with the airway bag, the person that was going looked just like my daughter. Skinny, pale, dark-haired girl, about the same age. And I just freaking... And the guy's like, hand me a BVM. And I open the airway bag and I'm just staring at it like, you know what I mean? And yeah, and they asked, when we talked about it, I told them what was up. And they're like, yeah, I mean, it is that way sometimes, it sucks. It does suck that it's got to be that way. But sometimes it's just that way. And I love those guys. No homo, obviously, but, even though some of them, I think. Now that I've told you how awesome firefighters are, I will tell you a lot of them were into wife swapping and shit like that. So when I got invited to some of their parties, and I love these guys to death. I really do. Like, they're brothers, right? But they'd be like, hey, we're having this party. Why don't you and your wife show up? I'd be like, no. I'm not going to your party.
Yeah, I mean, like, no,
do anything. But then again, I don't know. You get enough liquor in somebody, they might do something. So I'd just be like, nah, I'm more of a homebody. And then I'd hear all the stories about all the crazy shit that went on. They called them pimp and hoe parties because all the guys they showed up. They were supposed to dress up like pimps and dress their wives up like hoes. And it was like, yeah, first off, my wife would murder me if I even suggested that sort of shit. And secondly, yeah, no,
thanks.
It's like, I'm close to you, brothers, but I ain't that close. I don't need any of that shit. I'd say like at least 80% of the guys I worked with were cheating on their spouses. That's okay, because their spouses were cheating on them too. Like, there are a lot of open relationships and stuff like that there. And plus, female firefighters, I've told you, Timmy, why do you think female firefighters become female firefighters?
Probably to get with the dudes there.
To bang the dudes. Yeah, like, that's it. Every female firefighter I've ever known who wasn't into women got ran through by every dude in the department, pretty much. Now, am I saying they were bad firefighters? I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying, if you like cake, you go where the cake is.
Mm-hmm.
If you like firemen, you go where the firemen are. What is it with boomers and wife swapping? Oh, Jesus Christ. We talk about that. The Villages don't even. The Villages is Florida's special little Sodom and Gomorrah for 65 plus. Really? I'm telling you right now, Phyllis Canis, you can do a web search on the villages, and the shit you will find will blow your wig back. And here's what you got to remember about those 75-year-old people. Like why I said, why the hell are all the leftist protesters old people? Because they're the degenerate hippies from the 60s, except now they're like 80. But they're still degenerate hippies. So they get out and they protest stupid shit they don't understand anything about because they're trying to relive their glory days when they were like 19 and getting ran through in the back of a Volkswagen bus or something. And it's just like, boomers are absolutely the worst. They're the ones that bitch about, money and this, that, and the other while they own like 2 homes and a vacation home. And it's like, well, maybe if you boomers would, give up some of all this property that you put together or inherited from your actual decent parents, shit could be better, but they're not going to do that. I mean, get out of here. No, they're not going to do that. They're going to hold on to the property that mom and dad left them, but they're still going to bitch and carry on. And the worst boomers are the hippies that become yuppies. They are the absolute worst. And I have a relative that did that. She was a hippie until she got a certain age, and then she just become a corporate freaking monster. But deep down inside, she's still communist. So it's like, hey, Sacha. So yeah, boomers. I mean, I love my mom, but other than that, yeah, there's nothing more pathetic than an old revolutionary. Dan, I agree with that 100%. It's like I saw something when okay, first off, guys, my wife let me go to bed without doing the floor last night. After I got off the show, I picked up everything to do the floor, and she said, look, it's late. You can go to bed. Just do it tomorrow. And I said, I promise you the first thing I do tomorrow when I get up is these damn floors. And she said, okay. I woke up this morning. My cup of coffee was waiting for me, made exactly the way I like it. My egg and fried bologna sandwich was on the plate on my low carb bread. So what did I do? I did of course, what you do. I did the floors and scrubbed the toilets, right? Before I even came in here and even looked at a single model I was going to build or to talk to you guys, right? Because my wife is smart. She knows if she wants to get work out of this guy here, well, first off, I got to be fed. If you don't feed me, I ain't working. That's just what it is. That's the rule, right? But if you feed me, then, we're going to do whatever we're going to do, right? And so, I tell you what, I wore myself out. But I scrubbed all the toilets, mopped, vacuumed everything, mopped everything. So I got it done. And she is really sweet. Like I said, when you wake up in the morning and your wife's got your coffee waiting for you, that is unbeatable. There's nothing better than that. Not even sex. Of course, I'm 55, so maybe that's why I say that now. But like when we got together when I was like 30, I might not have said that. I might have said other things.
But yeah, I was about to say, let's not get carried away.
Well, you're still a young man. I'm at that point where it's like I made you some fried eggs and fried bologna on sandwich and your coffee, and I'm like, oh man, I'll take that over a blowjob any day. I'm sorry to be crass, but you know what I'm saying. I'm old now and I don't care. So of course I had to do work, right? You get paid, you do work. That's how it is. But boomers see, Phyllis, a lot of people think that. I don't think so. I think some boomers, you're right. But what ended up happening is a lot of boomers got babied by their greatest generation parents, and they grew up to be filthy hippies. Now, not everywhere. Obviously, in the mountains of Kentucky, you didn't have filthy hippies. That just wasn't a thing. But in California, that's all they were. Because bunch of filthy freaking hippies, right?
I can tell you, my papa was no filthy hippie.
Right. My mom was not a filthy hippie at all. And she's a boomer. But a lot of it's like, look, when they're showing the No Kings March and there's a 75-year-old woman in a I Am Antifa t-shirt dancing to Let's Come Together by Canned Heat, it's like, yeah, it's not 1960, babe. Take your old wrinkly ass back to the villages, do your key parties and your orgies, enjoy your 19 STDs, and just STFU. That's all I'm saying. You know, that time you're remembering when you were, in my opinion, wrongly protesting the military for being involved in a war. And if I were the king, I'd have had you shot as traitors. That time is over. Shut the fuck up. I mean, I'm even at the age where it's time for me to start shutting the F up about stuff, you know? The next generation, it's time for them to step up and start being in charge. My time is done. I did my time. I'm in my old man story arc of my life, and I just want to yell at kids for being in my yard and walk the dog and build these wonderful little malls. And like I said, this is a Dracasan. It is an infantry fighting vehicle. Apparently, this is what the Imperial Guard used in 30K because they hadn't discovered the Chimera yet. So they come like 6 to a box, which is great because I need a shit ton of them. So I got 2 boxes. But Rutger Lynch is what if all history. California was like the land of the lotus eaters in the Odyssey. Yeah. You had all those idiots hanging out at Haight-Ashbury, doing a bunch of drugs and, you know, plotting to murder people or whatever the hell they were doing. I mean, think about it. Even back in the day, we act like this whole Antifa thing is a new thing, right?
No,
But then
technically,
you forget like the Symbolize army and, of course, everybody's
well,
favorite wacko freaking, what's his name? The guy who carved the swastika into his forehead. Manson. Those were all filthy, dirty California hippies.
yeah. I was going to say, the whole Antifa even just goes back
The
to
Leatherman Society or whatever, they were
no.
bombing freaking the Pentagon.
I was going to say it's a communist front group from like 1920s or 30s Germany.
They all are. The problem is they keep failing to do what they want to do, but they keep trying.
I mean, the full name for Antifa is Anti-Fascist Action.
You know, I saw this interview, and it was an old black dude who said point blank that he was super liberal. But during the interview, he said, here's my problem with other liberals is a lot of so-called liberals are just fascists on vacation. And I'm sitting here like, damn, wise words from a guy I know I disagree with politically in every way.
Yeah.
But even he knows, right? Because some woman came up to him and was like, don't talk to that person. That person's yeah, I'll catch you later, Richard. I already mentioned that you were streaming tonight and people should watch it. But it's like, so he's sitting here talking to some right-leaning person, and some freaking Karen runs up and says, don't talk to that person. They're not on our side. And the dude says, what do you mean? And she says, whatever. And he's like, look, I'm probably further left than you are, more liberal than you are. But one thing I do believe in is freedom of speech. So, I mean, I'll talk to her. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to whomever. And the lady's like, well, I'm just letting you know. She'll probably take whatever you say out of context to make you look bad. And he's like, so? You know what I mean? And she goes away. And the little blonde girl's like, did you really need her to come up and warn you? And he's like, no. And what's up, Agrim? It's been a minute, bro. How you doing? How are you doing? Agrim, of course, is my homie from India. We haven't got to talk a whole lot. I am happy that you guys didn't end up going to war with Pakistan back in the day. I mean, what was that? A couple months back? However long ago? And it's good to see you're still kicking, homie. But yeah, and the old dude straight up, he said that. He is like, the problem with some of these people who claim to be liberals is they're just fascists on vacation.
Yeah, I just recently watched like a guy interview an ex Antifa guy.
There
Somebody
are a
who's
lot of
left
those
it.
guys out there that
Yeah.
are waking up and being like, yeah, this is some bullshit. How am I doing, homie? Well, let me tell you. My best friend is getting treated for cancer. And my kind of mother-in-law, it's complicated. She passed. Um, so that's all the bad stuff. Otherwise, it's just been all gravy, you know? It's life. You know what the hardest part about getting old is? Everyone you know starts dying.
Yeah.
Sucks. You know? It's like you're 55. Therefore, like all of your grandparents and shit, how old are they? 90? You know? It's like
If
it
they're
sucks.
if they're
It's a
still
drag.
alive, yeah, they're in their 90s or something.
Right. Like the Rolling Stones said, it's a drag getting old. And the main reason is because, see, now I've got a little bit of armor because working as a firefighter, I worked a lot of codes on older people. And I kind of managed to develop a little bit of a shell, a little bit of a look, we should all be so lucky to live to be 95, right? Thank you so much. And you know what's crazy is this is my ultra leftist friend he's such a nice guy, even if he is a Biden supporter and all that shit. But he has been straight edge his whole life. No drinking, no smoking, no drugs. Like just super healthy, works out, eats good. He gets cancer. It's like, of course, he took the shot too, though. Not that I'm trying to start any conspiracy theories over here and get myself in trouble, but when Dr. Dog Killer told everybody to go out and get their shots, he, of course, ran out and did it because, I mean, that's what you do when you're a good leftist, right? You listen to the government and you go get your experimental shot. And now all of a sudden, he's got cancer. I don't got cancer. Why? Because I didn't get that damn shot for sure. And my son-in-law's best friend freaking died of a massive cardiac event when he was 25. Like a week after he got the shot, drops dead. So look, I know that causation and all that doesn't equal whatever, but coincidence doesn't equal causation or whatever. But at the same time, you know, there's some silly shit going on. That's all, you know, that's what I would say. There's some shit going on. Yeah, I am what used to piss everybody on Twitter when Twitter was around off. I am, as they call, a pureblood. And I used to even have the Harry Potter symbol, like the square with the circle and the whatever for purebloods. And man, they would call me a racist so much. And I'd be like, it's from Harry Potter.
It's from Harry Potter.
Right.
Well,
And
that
half of the people calling me a racist had it tattooed on their bodies. And I'd be like, you're feeling pretty stupid right about now with your Witchley Hollow bullshit, right?
they have
Coincidences should be checked out, right? And so they'd be like, what do you mean pure blood? Like an Aryan, which I'm definitely not. And I'd be like, no, I just didn't get a shot. And also, it's from Harry Potter. And boy, they would lose their shit.
I'm not even a fan of Harry Potter. I just feel like, but just that you had, like, you could see them tattooing it on themselves, but you
They
just like make
did,
the part,
man.
and then they're getting onto you for it. It's like,
Oh, dude, some of
that's
those
stupid.
guys, I shit you not, if you go back into the ancient lore, you've got those dudes getting their tattoos covered up and removed and shit. Because when Witchley Hollows came out and that little symbol was first showed off, they all ran out to get
Got
the
it.
little pureblood symbol. And then all of a sudden, people like me who were anti, whatever, and I'm not anti all vax. I get my flu shot every year when I was in the fire department. I got hepatitis B, flu, pneumonia, freaking, what's the one that destroys your lungs? I got that one.
I don't know the one that destroys your lungs.
Yeah, it's like Doc Holliday had it.
Hmm.
It's a disease that just literally it just destroys your lungs. And we had to get done for that because some people we run on might have that freaking disease, and then you get it and
Yeah.
it destroys your lungs and you die. But
About the only vax I get would be the flu vax. All
oh yeah, so it's not even real to call me anti-vax.
Although then
I'm
there
more
was
like anti-experimental RNA thing that might alter your DNA guy.
was it the measles vax or something else I had to get because of the kids or no, it was whooping cough. That was it.
Well, you got measles, you probably got whooping cough, you probably got polio, depending on when you're born. I did. Look, when I joined the not malaria, Doc Holliday had it in real life. He had it. It was this lung condition people in the old days would get. And then they would move out west because they thought the dry environment would help them live longer. And it's basically, it just causes you to start spitting up blood out of your lungs and stuff. What is it called?
I have no clue.
Wifey, can you hear me? She's half deaf, so maybe not. Wifey. I said, wifey. Do you know the name of that disease Doc Holliday had? Tuberculosis. See,
yeah,
she's super
tuberculosis.
smart. Coco got it too, tuberculosis. And I actually ran on old people one time and they had tuberculosis. So then I had to go to the ER the next day when I got off shift and they had to like test me and shit.
Yeah.
To make sure I didn't catch tuberculosis off of them. But luckily we when we read that they had tuberculosis before we even went in the house, we put our SCBA on. So we were literally, breathing from our tanks and not whatever they had going on there.
Okay.
And when we got to the ER, they were immediately put in like quarantine and shit like that. But I don't think there's a cure for that one, but there is a vaccine to make you a little bit sturdier, and it's like the hepatitis B. You can get a vaccine and then they check your blood to make sure you got the right, they call them titers or whatever. And if you've got those in your bloodstream, then you're going to be a lot more resistant to hepatitis, which is super important when you're dealing with patients that are bleeding, especially if they're boomers, because something like half of all boomers in the United States have hepatitis C and don't even know it. You know what I mean? They're just walking around with the hepatitis, and half of them don't even know they got it. They picked it up back when they were hippies and they were running around sharing needles and being scumbags. And then you get their blood on you. And hepatitis is like 1,000 times more contagious than AIDS. Like you can literally get AIDS blood on you and you probably will never get HIV. But you get that hepatitis on you, buddy, you're probably going to get it. And hepatitis is also crazy because let's say a drop of hepatitis blood gets on the bench in your rescue, it will remain active, like could actively give you hepatitis for like 3 months.
Oof.
Yeah. And that is why we use that super hardcore cleaner that you got to wear a gloves when you use it because it'll destroy your kidneys if you don't, and it soaks through your skin. Every time after every call, you wipe the entire interior and everything down with this, it looks like baby wipes, but it's like, this stuff will kill everything, right? And you wipe everything down because you could miss one block of infected blood, one drop, tiny little drop, and then your partner on the next shift get it on him. And if it somehow breaks that barrier, like he gets it on his hand, and then later he's eating some fried chicken, boom, he's got hepatitis. Congratulations, That's the scary one, hepatitis and diabetes, because that's the one like everyone gets. But agreeing, I can't say I'm no vax. I'm no experimental weird vax that might kill me vax.
Yeah.
But like polio, I got my polio vaccine like on my arm. I've got my puckered up. Well, this is my, you can't see it, but it's my, no, St. Michael curb stomping Satan I got on my arm. But yeah, I got my smallpox bullshit. I've got all that. Because when I went in the army, boy, I was getting vaccinated like every 3 months because I was in an RDF unit, Rapid Deployment Force, 18th Airborne Corps. So malaria, all that shit. I was getting shots all the time with those air guns that if you flinch, they cut you wide open and then you bleed. And then your buddies punch you where you got the shot because it hurts so bad. Oh my God. And we all did that to each other because, I mean, we're 19-year-old idiots. Well, I was 17 because my parents signed me over to the government. I become government property at 17 years old. You know what I mean? But it was that or go to prison like all the guys I was hanging out with. So I think my parents made the right choice. You know? But yeah, I don't want to be called an anti-vaxxer. I think that's kind of like almost like a slur, you know, because it's like anti-vaxxer isn't necessarily what we're talking about. And I'm not attacking you, Agreem, for saying that because that is the propagandist thing to say. That guy's anti-vaxxer. No, I'm just not going to take that one because it's brand new. It's never been tested. It could cause me to grow a third arm out of my forehead or my penis to fall off. We don't know. So I'm just going to go ahead and ease back, you know, especially when we're talking about, you know, an illness that has less than a 1% chance of actually causing any problems. I mean, I think one of the European countries is suing the shit out of somebody, Fauci or whoever, because apparently the vaccine has caused more injuries than the illness.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think we should be able to sue for that.
I think
But no,
Russia
they
wants
got
to
immunity.
arrest him. I think Germany or Switzerland or somebody's out to get him. I mean, dude, Australia, I think, was out to get him. I mean, that dude's in trouble. but
Yeah,
but yeah,
we
yeah.
should be able to sue the companies that made these vaccines too because
One of
they
the
didn't work.
things, okay, when people think I'm just like a pro Trump, Trump can do no wrong, I think it's Trump that made it where you can't sue him. So I don't
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, I don't like that.
That's not, see, I can disagree with my Orange King and still, you know, not be an idiot about it, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
Because people are people and everybody makes mistakes and people are given bad information and you know, and that was some bad information. The idea that there's my brother. The idea that you can be forced to take something, and if it causes you severe physical damage, you can't do anything about it. That is like, if that doesn't put your radar on full alert right then, I don't know if I can help you, man, because
Not to
that should
mention, I mean,
definitely be a wake up call.
one
Like,
of the
hold on a
companies
minute,
named
you know?
Pfizer actually got sued successfully for making a bad product before the whole vaccine.
Yeah, these pharmaceutical companies are out of control. They're out of control. But again, yeah, the wife and I were flipping through something on TV, like I said, and it showed like one of those no kings things, and literally everyone there was like 70.
Yeah.
And I'm like, look, this is lame. Like if I were a young communist and I showed up at a protest to be a communist and everyone there was 70 or 75, I'd go home. I'd be like, yeah, this is cringy as shit. I'm not doing this, you know?
That's probably what happened.
Like,
Few of these like younger ones saw this. I was like, it's just like, really? And then it's like, well, I'm going home. This is just sad.
that's kind of, yeah, what you said. That's kind of what happened. They were saying that young people were just like, yeah, no, no. And then also they had pictures of one of the No Kings get togethers and people were dressed up as clowns and unicorns and it's like,
I can
okay,
guarantee.
what kind of
Uh,
protest is this exactly? I
there's a
mean,
reason why they're doing it, and it's basically so if the cops, try to break it up, they're beating up on cartoon characters to make it look bad.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're showing up at the thing hoping not to get beat up on, but you're dressed like a clown, I got some bad news for you. If I were a cop, I'm coming for you first.
It's
You
not
come
the
showing up
no.
looking like Arthur the Clown or
It's
some shit,
it's not
yeah,
to
you're getting
not
it,
get beat
buddy.
up. It's to make it look bad when the cops do beat up on you.
Well, I'll tell you what, under no circumstances will I ever think it's bad to beat the shit out of a clown.
Fair. It's just that's what their plan is, to make it look bad,
Well, their plan is stupid.
to outsiders.
Clowns should always be attacked first. Of course, guys, don't take this seriously. Do I gotta really say in Minecraft or Call of Duty or whatever? But no, if I see a guy dressed up like a clown and a bunch of ICE agents start curb stomping him, I'm not going to feel a lot of sympathy because he's a clown. And clowns are scary. And therefore, you deal with them however you need to. Because there's one thing I know in my life: you cannot, under any circumstances, trust a clown.
Ah, man, I've learned from Billy and Mandy. You shouldn't be afraid of clowns just because they're different. You should be angry. Why are they different from you?
That's funny, man. Why are you different? I think it looks funny. Yeah, I mean, but you've always been a little bit different than me about things. See, I remember that clown trying to strangle that kid to death in Poltergeist, you know, and Arthur the clown running around and cutting people in half from their butt to their freaking neck with chainsaws while they're in the shower. If you've never seen Terrifier, it's a clown that just randomly, horribly murders everyone he comes across. And it's like, I'm just like, no. Oh, no. I think in one of the freaking Amityville Horror Exorcist movies, there was a clown. So I'm like, nah, I'm not dealing with clowns, man.
I think a
It's
lot
not
of people
happening.
also think of like It.
It? How did I miss that one? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Pennywise.
Yep.
Either version. I know a lot of people got their favorites, but I'm going to tell you right now, I don't care if we're talking the Skarsgård Pennywise or if we're talking the original, what's his name? Pennywise. They were both horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. I mean, now I think the guy who did the original Pennywise is all in all just a better actor in every way. But the Skarsgård Pennywise is pretty freaking scary too, for sure. What is his name? He's so famous too. He played Darkness in Legend, like the big demon with the horns and all that. Who is that? You know, I might have diabetes type 3, which is when you have no. John Wayne Gacy dressed up like a clown. He sure did. Pogo the clown, that bastard. And they pulled, what, 30 something bodies out from underneath his freaking cross space? Tim Curry, yeah. How can I forget Tim Curry? He's amazing in everything. But I always do. I'm terrible about that. Now, I will never forget Clint Eastwood, but he's never dressed up like a clown. So,
Nope, he never has.
So maybe it's just my brain trying to block that part of Tim Curry out. Like,
Oh, you want to know what my favorite line from any part of Tim Curry's career was?
Sure.
I'll go to one place where capitalism hasn't corrupted. In space.
Wasn't he in Clue? He was like the butler.
Yeah. But I was thinking of Red Alert, the
Red
comic book
Alert,
Red
of
Alert
course.
games, where he was playing the Soviet guy.
Right, because in Red Alert, it was no longer the Brotherhood of Cain. It was like the new Soviet Union.
Yeah, they kind of did this alternate reality thing where
I remember
somebody killed Hitler and it just changed everything.
And then there was the other Red Alert where you had to like mine those crystals and you could make like armored walkers and all kinds of high-tech shit.
Red Alert
What was
3
that?
probably because
something Dawn, like Turbinium Dawn or some shit.
No, that's just the original. That's the original Command and Conquer Tiberium Dawn.
Then I don't know. We're talking about a game older than you.
Yeah. Well, wait, I thought it was not older than me, but I can't remember.
Dude, when the first Command and Conquer came out, I don't even think they had 385 processors yet. I think people were playing the game on like 285s. It took like a week and a half for that shit to boot up. I mean, if your graphics
1250.
card had more than like one megabyte of memory, people thought you were
Okay,
just
it's not older
simping.
than me. It's pretty old though. It's September 26, 1995.
And you're what?
I was born in 92.
Oh, so you were 3 years old when that shit came out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I was playing it at that time,
Yeah. My favorite
I,
part of that game was nuking Paris.
I did play it on the
Good
N64
times.
though, when I was still pretty young.
Yeah. Good times playing the
Good
Brotherhood
time.
of Cain, and they're like, you
God,
can nuke one of the cities, and it's like DC, London, or Paris, and I'm like, goodbye, Paris. It was nice knowing about you,
yeah.
but you are getting nuked. That's right. And the guy you got as I don't even know if that guy ever acted in anything, but man, he was so cool in that game.
Oh, you're talking about Coogan? No, he did no other work. I think he was just
Yeah, the
known
guy
for
played
games.
Cain.
Like that's his only thing he did. He was really good in it.
He was so good in that, man. Just being like, he
Uh,
was like, he was even better than Cobra Commander. So good.
yeah.
But yeah, that's an old game, man. But that was back when games were cool too.
Yeah.
Red Alert 1 is the prequel to the original Command and Conquer.
I don't
See,
think it's a
I didn't
prequel.
know any
It's
of that.
more like it's more like an alternate history thing. It seems.
Well,
Well,
I
kind of a
mean,
prequel, I guess. Yeah.
either
Okay.
way,
That one would be the prequel. It's alternate history once it gets to Red Alert 2, really.
well, I remember there was one where you're like on Mars or some shit, and you're trying to like harvest these freaking Tiburnium crystals or some shit,
Uh,
and you could make like powered armor walker type things. And
that sounds
are
more
we
like
doing board
StarCraft.
games tonight? I believe we are. I believe we are. I believe
Wait,
tonight will be board games. Probably No Escape,
well, James,
which is the one where you got to get off the space station first or die.
hmm,
It's a pretty
not,
good one. Very
it sounds like
cutthroat, because like you're running around trying to get off, but you draw tiles to play on your opponents to make it where they can't get off.
hmm.
So it's definitely like a F over all your friends kind of game.
It's that kind of game where
It's that
it
kind of
basically
game,
ruins
man.
friendships.
You're just trying to screw over everyone else so that you can live.
Hello,
Omenau, look
brother.
at this guy.
Hey, Hungar.
Hey, Timmy.
I haven't seen Omenau since like, I don't know. Since
Hey, are you guys doing board games tonight?
I answered you, I said yes.
Was joining the show before you answered.
Yep, you were. And I'm glad you did. Yeah, I think the last time I saw Omenau was like when I defeated him at the Battle of Gargamella.
Oh, and when I said I thought they were funny, thought it was funny, I meant I thought it was funny when the people beat up the clowns. Like, did you see the guy in those that blow up Pikachu suit? The ones with the air vents, and the cop
The
ran up and
cops
sprayed.
spraying their air vents full of freaking bear spray.
Yeah, that was great.
That is just like, because you're trapped in there.
It's funnier. It's funnier than when people spray fart spray into those suits.
Oh my God. You ain't right, homie.
Yeah, but it's still funny.
But yeah, it's like, hey guys, let's go protest. I'm going to dress up as a frog.
I got a question.
The answer is no.
What even started this whole No Kings BS? And what is it actually about?
Who knows? Like I said, it's a bunch of old people dancing to Canned Heat and other hippie music.
Yeah, it's like
I
What
was
do we
talking to a
want?
guy the other night. You weren't here, but like a super leftist idiot joined and started screaming. And I'm like, you're having a No Kings event, right? But the guy you hate was legally elected in a legal, fair election. He won the popular vote and the electoral vote. So he's not a king.
Yeah.
Right.
They're like,
I mean, so the whole thing makes no sense, but I guess it don't have to.
I just imagine the No Kings protesters are like, what do we want? We don't know. When do we want it? We don't know. Why are
Dude,
we
that
here?
is so true. There was one
Nobody's
young dude at a
there.
protest, and the reporter was like, "So why are you here?" And the guy's like, "I don't really know."
Somebody said,
And the reporter's like, "So," and the reporter kept asking questions, and the dude's final answer was basically, I'm just following the crowd. Just got back from Millennium Con. Yeah, I don't know how many people caught the I haven't seen Omenau since I defeated him at the Battle of Gargamella.
I called it.
Oh yeah? What's it mean then? Prove it.
I don't know, but I heard you say it.
Oh, see, if you don't know what it means, it don't matter then.
I always hear what you say.
You have no choice. I'll call you while you're asleep.
Unfortunately, I watched that video you told me to watch last night.
Wasn't it good? Have you seen the new Space King videos?
No, I'm talking about, I've seen those. I'm talking about Shoe on Head's video.
Oh, you watched the Shoe on Head video? Yeah, it's crazy. Anyway, for those of you who don't know, Alexander the Great defeated the king of Persia. I believe it was Darius or Xerxes, whoever it was. No, it would be Darius at the Battle of Gargamella. Even though he is outnumbered like 10-1. And since I always say that Omenau kind of reminds me of Xerxes, in this case, I'm assuming that I get to be Alexander, even though I don't have blonde curly hair. But whatever, he is my favorite ancient general of all time.
I thought you were talking about a game. If you had if I'd have thought it was something to do with history, I'd have known what it was.
Dude, the Battle of Gargamella. There's only one. It's not a game. It is a battle.
I know that the real Battle of Gargamella, but I thought you were talking about a game thing because you're talking to Omenau.
Dude, I think that you're just you routed me at Smurfadon. Hey, Omenau, it's good to see you, bro. I'm glad you're still around. Maybe you'll be on Richard's show tonight. I was on it, I think, last night or the night before.
I've seen Omenau playing Star Wars with Shadwell.
Oh, that's fun. That's fun. West End game Star Wars with like dice sixes?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that's the good one. I mean, I have the Saga system, and that's a pretty good one. But, that West End game Star Wars was... My big rule, though, with West End game Star Wars is no Jedi. No force powers, none of that bullshit. Yeah. That is not what the game is about. It's about smugglers and bounty hunters and various other douchebags running around doing douchebag shit. If you want to play Jedi and shit like that, play Saga Edition, which actually balances all the different character types together enough that in Saga Edition, you can actually make a bounty hunter who is a just straight up Jedi killer.
I mean, that should be possible. There were some, that specialize in fighting Force users, but still, I'm more on the side of either it's all Jedi or no Jedi.
Right, because it's just like, it's not like D&D where you can have one of every class. It just gets out of hand too quick if like one guy's the Jedi and it's like everybody else is just like, well, F it. But like I said,
a 40K game and having one guy being a space marine and the rest being like Imperial Guard.
Right. The one guy is like a space wolf and everyone else are like hivers that got freaking drafted into like drafted into some Inquisitor's like thing, and it's just like, well, I'm going to stand here with my thumb in my butt while the Space Marine wades in and murders everything. It's like, okay, that sounds fun. Tickle my
like
bum.
the rest
with
of
a
the party is
thumb.
just a cheer squad for the Space Marine.
I was singing that to my brother. What I was just singing.
Yeah.
The tickle my bum with a mannequin thumb. Let me reiterate, California.
Yeah.
Stubbed my toe, broke the Navajo code. Hanging out in California. Hey, oh. I don't know what I say, oh. Do you get it?
Yeah, I got it.
It's the song There, I Ruined It. What the Red Hot Chili Peppers sound like to everyone who isn't a fan. And it's so true. It's like shooting up heroin under a bridge in California. No one gives a shit. Shut up. Jedi are okay at the lower power level, but yeah. I mean, and the problem is, though, you get a Jedi in the group, and then they want to do nothing but Jedi shit. They want to go to Yavin and try find Jedi freaking holocrystals. They want to do all this stupid shit. And then if you're really, really unlucky or lucky, depending, in a mission, they find out that Darth Vader might be arriving in the area. So they want to fight Darth Vader, and then they get all butthurt when Vader, murders them in like one round.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, how'd that happen? It's like, well, it's Darth Vader, asshole. What do you think?
This is the most powerful Sith in the galaxy, and you just think, oh, you're just going to go up there and beat him.
Right? Especially after you give the guy like 100 chances to run, but he's like, nope, I'm going to stay here and fight Vader. And it's like everyone else in the whole group is already gone. They're like in the ship trying to break orbit. This guy's waiting for Vader. Vader shows up.
Getting turned into a youngling.
Yeah. Vader shows up, force chokes him and cuts him in half with the lightsaber. And it's like, well, I hope you had a good time. Make a new character. No force users. Because some people ain't got enough sense to play a force user. That's a fact.
Yeah, and here's another thing. Jedi actually ruined the MMO Star Wars Galaxies.
They did.
Yeah.
They did.
It seems
Hungar
like
and I tried to play that game for a while. I think I was a bounty hunter, and Hungar was a Wookiee smuggler or some shit like that.
What game?
Star Wars Galaxy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was just like, Now, in the beginning, if you become a Jedi, but you died, you were perma-dead.
Yep.
But then they changed that because people were freaking the hell out and being like, oh my God.
Here's the thing.
The Old Republic was fun.
Yeah, the Old Republic's okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Old Republic is like the MMO, are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, okay. The Old Republic is basically Knights of the Old Republic, but an MMO. And the problem is, once your character hits level 50 and their story ends, you're basically just standing around with a thumb in your ass because it's like, now what?
Buy loot boxes.
Yeah, buy loot boxes, make your character look like Revan or something. I mean, so you quit because after you've dropped $300 on loot boxes, you're like, I need to get another hobby. Or that's just me, but I did the same thing with Arcade when they come out with the box that had the thundering freaking sapling or whatever. I'm like, yep. And then after I realized how much money I spent, I was like, yeah, I'm quitting this game.
Tim, did I see you playing Guild Wars 2 the other day?
Yeah, my cousin plays it, so I went to play it.
Guild Wars?
Yeah.
I think our mom plays it or played it or something.
It's not bad.
Yeah, she seems to like it. I thought it was boring as shit. Yeah, Jedi ruined basically everything. I agree. I enjoy the single player video games like Jedi Survivor, Jedi Outcast. I've never played them. I've only ever played Knights of the Old Republic and the Old Republic MMO.
I played Shadow of the Empire.
Well, I played the one where you're the TIE fighter pilot. And And to complete missions, you get like those dark tattoos on your forearm.
Or episode 1 Racer.
Nerdy Ogre and Kai were talking about Jedi like Luke Skywalker last night. And before I fell asleep again, I got on and was like, Skywalker was a weirdo kissing his sister and stuff. Ew.
That was Luke that did that.
Yeah, Luke Skywalker.
Luke Skywalker, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you would think with force powers he'd be able to like detect that was his sister.
But one, that was before he was really well trained in the force.
Come on, Timmy.
He was from Tatooine, so you know.
We're just joking here. You ain't got to get crazy about it. You don't know what goes on is like the most badass Jedi ever.
What was that?
I don't know what Hungar said. It sounded like he's like slurping on someone's penis or something.
Exactly. Big black one.
No, but for real. I mean, not the penis. What did you say before that, though?
I said, you don't know what goes on Tatooine. They might be into that shit.
I mean, you know, you're in a desert, like no one else is around. You haven't been able to go see like the power whatever's at Tashi Station.
They ain't even got no gun.
You know, you're making out with your sister. I mean, you know, I suppose as long as you don't knock her up, it could be worse. I mean, you would know, right? Since you're from like the center part of Kentucky, how's that work?
We don't do that here. That's not a thing.
I'm pretty sure half of the E-Town is exactly that.
Yeah, well, that's E-Town now.
Yeah, that's E-Town, though. So what are you going to do? Could be worse. It could be Ohio.
Yeah.
There's always that. Or Indiana. Jesus.
I always hear Alabama.
Yeah, sweet home Alabama.
But statistically, it's more likely to happen in New York than Alabama.
Yeah.
Oh, fair.
Yeah, that's true.
That's just a joke, you know.
But you're not allowed to talk about it because statistically it only happens in a couple of communities.
Yeah, those guys with the funny little curls.
Yeah, the guys with the funny hats that have a tendency of marrying their cousins. Well, not just those guys, the other guys with the funny hats too.
Yeah, all funny hat people.
All the funny hat, no pork eating people. They basically, a lot of them have an issue with marrying cousins. But it would be very bigoted to point it out. I think they say the most inbred country on the planet is actually Pakistan.
Yeah. Well, it's turning into the UK.
There are more first cousin marriages in Pakistan than anywhere. And then if you're into second cousins, it's Iceland.
Yeah. But that's turning into the UK.
But then again, the thing with Iceland is there's such a small population on Iceland. It's like they're all related. So they actually have like a phone app. So if you're in a pub or a bar or whatever and you meet someone, you can like type their name in and everything. And it'll tell you how related you are to them so that you don't, you know, pull a Luke Skywalker. That's some funny shit. Now, I don't know. Agreem, I have never heard any negative thing about India being into all that shit, but apparently Pakistan, they do a lot of cousin marrying there. But, you know, that's what you get when you stub your toe and break the Navajo code.
You jackass.
Yeah, the Family Guy robot chickens. What was the Family Guy one called? Something Blue.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like the Family Guy.
It was Star Wars Something Blue.
I kind of like the Robot Chicken one.
That one was good. The best part about both of them was how Seth MacFarlane or whatever was constantly going at it with the guy who actually makes Family Guy, whatever his name is.
Tom Green. Not Tom Green.
Not Tom Green. It's basically the guy who voices Chris is the guy in charge of Family Guy. No, not Family Guy, Robot Chicken. What is his name?
I don't know. He was on freaking.
He started out on Buffy as a werewolf or some shit. I don't even remember. But Blue Harvest, yeah. So that is, to me, the funniest part is when the guy who voices Chris is constantly freaking busting Peter's balls about how I believe another TV show did the same thing, but maybe better. And all this, and they're going at each other because, because Robot Chicken did the Star Wars thing and Family Guy did the Star Wars thing.
Yeah, Robot Chicken did a way better job on the jokes with Star Wars.
And then and of course that's the same guy that's in White and Nerdy. McFarlane, yeah. Because like when Weird Al's in the comic shop and he's like, all my comic books are cherry or something, and then it's like all my action figures are cherry, and it's that guy showing off all of his Star Wars figures. He speaks JavaScript and Klingon. And what else is like? You'll find my pockets are quite protected. My X-Men comics, I must inspect them or some shit.
His name is Seth Green, who did Robot Chicken.
Yeah, Seth Green. There you go.
Yeah.
I'm pulling Forest Gigantism, trying not to get ads in War Silk. I don't know what War Silk is.
I don't either.
What did you miss, Janet? I accused my brother of being a homosexual, and then he agreed. And then we talked about Star Wars, and I said Omenal reminded me of Emperor Xerxes. And I said that Alexander the Great was one of my favorite generals, even though Flavius Belcerius might be up there too. And then, of course, Scipio Africanus, probably the greatest Roman general, not counting Flavius Belcerius, obviously. But
I'm not a homosexual. Hey, James, how many
space? Oh, the Norrath. Are you playing EQ? Is Norrath EQ or was that?
Yeah, that's our EQ.
I loved EverQuest when it first came out, when like Variant owned it and there were no expansions yet.
James,
even the first couple expansions were really good.
How many Blood Angels does it take to change a light bulb?
Just one, because they're the best.
3. 1 to change it, and 2 to like convince him that it's not Horse coming back to life.
Yep, I had a really cool character on Bell Sorellis, I think it was, whose name was Sonetti, and he was a maxed out dark elf Shadow Knight. And I was set up to tank, and I could tank most of the major raids and shit like that.
He played Dark Elves because they're underground, and a lot of people never heard of them.
Right? I'm a hipster. I'm such a hipster. I played Dark Elves because they're like kind of underground, Or as people used to call them back in the day before everybody got offended and started saying it was racist, Inkies. Because, back when you could have battles with people who weren't on your same faction and stuff, that was a common insult for a dark elf, an Inky, because they have that purple skin. But, and then one of my best buddies, he played a dark elf necromancer. And I have the best story ever is this guy was max level. And one time when he was at work, he told Hungar could like play his character. And Hungar ran him into Freeport and got him murdered. And then kept trying to run in to get the body back. And when Homeboy got home and logged onto his character, he'd lost like 3 levels.
That was awesome.
Man, he was pissed. Because, that was back in old school EQ where when you died, you lost XP. And if you died enough, you could de-level yourself. Yeah, those peanut-headed erudites. I never liked those guys. Janet, if you want to join, you're always welcome. I mean, I absolutely have no. I'm building tanks, man. So we can talk about whatever, but
I'm eating all wings.
And of course, Timmy's just here to take every joke and try and be serious about it.
That's what I'm best at.
That's your job. That's what you do. He is my Andy Richter. Like if I were Conan O'Brien, he'd be my Andy. And Hungar would be my Norm.
Nice.
He just shows up to F the whole show up and then leave. I'm just over here like, you are a degenerate. I love you, though. Have you talked to Antonio lately?
No. Text him every once in a while. Just check.
We need to chat with him because he had to go in for chemo last week. So
yeah, I know.
Yeah, no. So freaking whatever about it.
I'm like it's not even a thing because it's not even a thing.
There you are. How you doing, Janet?
Well, I'm kind of sad.
Why are you sad, Janet?
Because our show got canceled today.
Oh,
canceled it.
A guy and a girl at a movie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, how did it get canceled? Did Bruce just decide he didn't want to do it anymore?
Bruce's wife fell and hurt her knee, and Bruce had to take her to the clinic.
Well, I mean, that happens. That don't. Okay.
No, I know. I hope she's okay and everything. But I got all dressed because I have to get dressed before we watch the movie.
What movie were you going to watch?
The review
after. Dressed up like that.
We were going to watch Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Oh. No. So you're one of the brides.
Well, yeah, like apparently.
Yeah, well,
I love Vlad Tepes. He is the Halloween decorating champion of all time.
Mm-hmm.
The actual Vlad Tepes.
Yes. He was the best at Halloween decorations.
But the good news is, though, her knee will get better and you'll be back at the gig before you even know it.
No, I know. We'll just probably try to do it next week, the same movie, but you know, it just takes a little while to get your wig on and your teeth on and everything. And
see,
but I did go and post it.
Now
so.
Omenau has to leave. He's like hate monger. He's like, there are men, and then the God King also created the inferior species, the woman. I don't know if you've seen the hate monger.
Well, you wouldn't have men without women. You have no life.
It's like a 40K thing when they're making fun of like 40K players for being like,
I'll tell you what, life without women
inside where humans can be born from. How they get there, we don't know.
Life without women would be a real pain in the ass for a lot of guys.
Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? Literally.
Hungar, you're banned. You're banned. Banned. I'm calling your wife.
Hey, my wife, my internet wife's already on. She's right there.
Oh, okay. Don't put us back in it.
Yeah.
Or were you talking about Timmy? Because I mean,
no Hungar.
No Hungar.
Yeah, I'm not into that pain in the ass shit.
Well, you look nice. You do look like you could be the bride of a vampire, or maybe just a straight up vampire yourself.
Yeah, I have lots of
go ahead.
Vampire outfits.
You kind of remind me wistfully of my old days of playing live action vampire back in the 90s. Some of the ladies would show up dressed to the nines with their vampire teeth. It was a good time.
Mm-hmm. It was a great time. I had some of those.
A single guy surrounded by goth chicks with vampire teeth. But,
yeah, see, I didn't paint my nails black.
I used to paint my nails black. Back when
for Halloween.
Yeah.
This is Halloween. This is Halloween.
Yep. When I played vampire, I painted my nails black on vampire nights.
Mm-hmm. Do you ever dress up as Frankenstein?
I never dress up as anything. I don't celebrate Halloween at all.
Oh, I've loved Halloween. It's fun. It's
yeah,
where grown up can be anything they want for one day.
My nephew, he really loves Halloween. He's like half the year going, "Happy Halloween!"
Yeah.
Oh.
Grown-ups can do anything they want for one day, and yet 90% of women choose slutty nurse.
Choose Bloody Mary?
Slutty nurse.
They do what they know.
Bloody nurse?
Slutty nurse. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you ever go to like
when I
was in the fire department, I'd go to Halloween parties sometimes, and like all the women there would be the slutty nurses.
I just like to let everybody know,
because ER nurses are.
I like to let everybody know, like when you pick out your Halloween costume, if you're 275 pounds and black, you don't make a good Tinkerbell.
Or maybe
it was fun. Maybe it was that's what she wanted to put on.
He dressed up like Tinkerbell.
Oh, a guy?
Hungar.
I was the Tooth Fairy, not Tinkerbell.
Whatever. You had fairy.
Tooth Fairy?
Yeah, it was a Tooth Fairy.
A Tooth Fairy can be a guy, I think.
I walked around with a sock full of nickels.
Yeah, he was the Tooth Fairy. He had a ballerina costume and butterfly wings and a sock full of nickels.
Yeah,
I was a Tooth Fairy before.
I was out collecting teeth.
The only thing I ever dressed up as is a vampire, and since vampires have to hide the fact that they're vampires, I always dressed up normally.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
There he goes.
Uh-oh.
He's got that good Tennessee internet.
The lost signal?
Yeah. The Tennessee internet always doing its thing, but
yeah, my internet is not very good either.
Mine either.
But
yeah, I mean, I never been into Halloween, but playing vampire, boy, in the 90s, that was the place to meet all the, which I've got a guy on my Discord now that does like memes of me and my shows and everyone on them. Mm-hmm. And there's one meme where me and Double D are hanging out in a graveyard. And Double D's like, I thought you said there'd be a lot of chicks here. And I was like, no, I said there'd be a lot of bitches. And like Condor DM's hiding behind a tombstone. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know who the guy is, but he's just makes tons of memes about.
Are you making those tanks for a specific game?
Yes, these tanks are for Legions Imperialis and specifically for the army, the Imperial Army. They're mm-hmm. armored transports. Each one of these can carry like 25 infantrymen.
Cool.
But I usually live stream while I'm building because building can be very boring. But so, you know, it's a way to get stuff done and not think about it while you're doing it. Which, you know.
Yeah,
but yeah, you and Bruce will be back in the saddle before you know it.
Yeah.
And hopefully Bruce will have you watch Six String Samurai or Radioactive Dreams, because both of those movies are amazing.
I've never seen either one.
Well, they're really schlocky B movies, and one of them, like the entire soundtrack's by a Russian rock band.
Mm-hmm.
But your wife is going to live. Well, that's nice. Her knees just don't. Well, you know, I'm not saying anything about anyone or their wife or their wife.
Bruce, she's okay.
That's what he's saying.
Good. Well, I just turned on the chat when I saw it, but yeah, I haven't changed yet. I probably should go eat. I'm really getting hungry. But no, I posted in my Discord to let people know that, you know, that we weren't going to have a show. And then I went on a couple of my platforms and said that we weren't going to be doing a show, so they wouldn't be waiting. That may not be true,
though.
Huh?
If Bruce is home and his wife is okay.
Well, we haven't watched a movie or anything yet. So, and I'm sure he's probably going to be tired and want to go to bed because he has to go to work. I'm sure, like normal.
I say he needs to tighten up. He's ex-Marine though, or ex-Navy though, so whatever. Oh, there's that one Army guy. What's his name? He's got a Spanish name. And he like walks into the guy's house and he's like, "Oh, so you were in the Army?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "My buddy was in the military too. He said he was in the best branch." And the Army guys are like, "What branch?" He's like, "Air Force." And he's like, "Where's your buddy?" And it pans over and you see the Air Force guy like wave. And the Army guy just jumps over the freaking barn, like straight up drop kicks him in the face. Air Force. My brother-in-law.
Hey, Bruce, I sent you a text.
Yeah. None of these damn vendors will deal with me. Faction destroyer. Yeah, right. Remember back in the old days, you could run through the Dark Elf City and come out in the Ogre City, and then run through the Ogre City and come out where the giants were. And giants would drop like 1 gold piece each, and that was the bomb for money, because it was the best, quickest way to make money is farm giants. But that's EQ stuff. That's EQ nonsense. I did watch Bruce run in the game last night for a while. I do think you make a very good bride of a vampire. You're very good at the costumes.
Who, me?
I dress up as a Gopnik every day. I've got my Adidas.
Well, I'm Janet every day, so that's boring after a while.
You're what every day?
Janet. That gets boring.
Does it?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe to you, maybe
the chicken lady.
Disagree though.
Yeah.
Right? But yeah. The way I dress, I really should be out in the front yard squatting in the driveway drinking kvass, because I got my Adidas track suit and my sneakers and my Orthodox cross. So it's like, let's do this. Privyet.
What I need is a cowboy hat, a poncho, a 6-shooter, and those little shot glasses that you see in like those old cowboy movies.
You probably could have afforded a 6-shooter if you didn't buy that POS French piece of crap.
Oh yeah, but come on, I like the P90.
Oh yeah. So Nerdy Ogre's like, do you need your daily dose of negative? Universal donor.
Mm-hmm.
But even better than that is
nearly, I think, because I think there's a weird thing about that. I'm not sure.
You shut up.
Sorry.
Hey, I really do have O positive.
I think the O blood types are the most common.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I am an A pos, so that's also very, very common. But I can't donate to everybody, and I also can't receive from everybody. But except for there's one O that I can always receive from. But I was going to say what she needs is her daily dose of type O negative. That's right. Black number one.
Who doesn't want to be a cowboy? Cowboys are cool.
Peter Still, have you ever heard of type O negative, Janet?
Well, I guess there is. I used to give blood a lot. I haven't given blood since the COVID thing.
A rock band, kind of gothy rock band from like the 90s. Their front man was a giant Slav who went by Peter Still because his real name was actually Peter something very Serbian. He was like 6'7". He played a stand-up bass like you would play a normal bass guitar, like with a big giant dog chain around it so he could, and he's got a song about a goth chick who wants to go out, but she can't go out because she's got to dye her hair because her roots are showing. And of course she dyes it black number one. And that's the whole course of the song. Black, 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 number one. And then, of course, he goes off into the whole, I went out looking for trouble, and boy, did I find her. And then one of the other courses is loving you was like loving the dead. But at a point, he changes love to the F word just to mix it up. He's got another song called Christian Woman. He's got a song about the beauty of infidelity. Check out Type O Negative. You might like him.
Yeah, I might have to do that.
He also posed in Playgirl magazine and then got really mad when he found out that most of the people who read
Are they
Playgirl
heavy metal
were guys. They were goth metal-ish, kind of.
So you have to like do headbanging and stuff, you know? Is that what they do?
Yeah, I mean, it's got the I'll tell you what, it's like rock and roll mixed with the theme song from the Addams Family. Or the Munsters, you know, it's got that like harpsichord.
So it's got like a corny backdrop.
Oh my god! Like in the video of
the crazy. I can't remember.
Yeah, Brucey just DM'd you Christian Woman, which is one.
Yeah, I can't listen to it though while I'm doing this.
No, but you know, we're gonna open your eyes. Well, I'll open your eyes to some goth shit because I was super goth in the 90s. And so we'll have you listening to like some Sisters of Mercy, the Cure, Depeche Mode, you know.
I've heard Depeche Mode before.
Yeah, everybody loves Depeche Mode. Enjoy the Silence, Personal Jesus. I mean, come on. Seen them in concert.
Oh, they sing Personal Jesus?
Yep. Bubba says they're considered heavy goth post-punk. And Bubba would know because he's a lot better at like specific music genres than I am. He was considered the goth heartthrob. Yes. He was a giant freaking Slav. And he had the long, super straight black hair and like green eyes. And he was, I mean, like almost 7 feet tall. And you know, and he'd get out there and just all the goth chicks loved him, you know. But the music's kind of corny, but it's still really kind of cool, though. I mean, the way you're dressed, you should love it. Christian Woman.
Yeah, I've got a lot of really cool outfits, and I got like over 50 wigs and tons of props. So I like.
Bruce agrees with Bubba, which he should, because Bubba's generally right about genre stuff. Yep. But yeah, Peter still did a full nude layout in like Playgirl, and then found out that like 90% of the people who buy Playgirl are men. Got all pissed off about
Really?
But then later,
I didn't know a single guy that. Well, I guess I wouldn't. Well, I had some gay guy friends, like and they never bought Playgirl.
Yeah, I mean, most women aren't going to buy a magazine of a bunch of dudes with their schlongs out, but he did
a lot
it.
More women than you think.
And then he found out it was mostly gay men that buy it.
But they did it tasteless. I mean, they didn't make it tasteless. It was very tasteful. You know, like when you look at Playboy and compare it to Hustler, there's a huge difference in the way that the women are posed.
You're totally right.
Kind of stuff they put in there. So,
dream casting
you know.
Well, Bruce, that's why I say you're lucky because you have her on your show and she classes up the joint. I mean,
even as a vampire,
been at a bald freaking Italian.
Yeah, I'm trying to check out some of these other things on my. I just updated my my app for my curtain lights.
Nice.
It's pretty cool. Can do a lot of different stuff on it.
Well, I mean, it's good to have a hobby. It's good to have a hobby. Mine is building little plastic tanks, and yours is dressing up as various things.
Well, I sew because I make costumes. I make blankets. I make. I crochet. I do other different types of things. I do all kinds of different art.
See, I would
and
say
I put together a Lego set of Bender a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, Johnny Metal ass.
It took like 3 hours, I guess, a little over 3 hours.
Hanche in Mexico. Because Bender was made in Mexico. Like his real name is Bender Bending Rodriguez.
I know I haven't played Beaver Hunt. I played Duck
Hunt. My ass is 40% plastic.
Yeah.
So that was fun.
You played what?
Duck Hunt.
Oh yeah, on like Nintendo.
You know, you shoot the gun and the dog is running around.
Well, the dog would laugh at you and make you want to shoot
it.
You
miss.
You have an actual CRT to actually play it because if not, oh no.
Yeah, I have the old one. You can go to a lot of old pawn shops and other places like that and find old gaming systems.
Well, I have it, but the reason I have it is because my My wife bought me one of those super little Nintendos. It's got like 90 games on it.
Yeah,
from the original NES or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got Duck Hunt and Excite Bike and like all that. Like you don't have to put any cartridges in; they're just automatically on the thing.
So wait, with the NES Mini, does that mean that it actually accepts like old school controllers, or do they accept like
the controllers USB? You plug in? Yeah.
Okay.
And I play Zelda on it all the time, and I play Excite Bike because
are they like USB ones, or are they the actual old school ones with the old plugs?
Do you really want me to get up and go in my bedroom and look? I don't know.
I'm sorry. That just means that if they have Duck Hunt on there, then I'm guessing it's the old school ports, because then you could use the.
It would have to be, and I'm pretty sure it is on there. Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, they'd have to make a peripheral.
Is Janet like an ex-actor or something? She might be a current actor. Who knows what?
Yeah, I've done stuff. I've been a stand-in. I've been in some music videos. Been on some TV series, a couple movies, things like that.
And then
I don't usually talk about it because I don't like people to know my real name.
Right, just like
because I have had death threats. Even on this little tiny channel, I have. The last horrible thing I had, a person posted, was on Mother's Day, and he said, "Happy Mother's Day, Janet. It's kind of hard to understand what you say with Trump's dick in your mouth."
Oh well, you just
I get all kinds of horrible stuff. I've had people say they wanted to when I wake up, I'm going to have someone standing over me and they're going to slit my throat. All kinds of horrible stuff.
Well, I think that if I got that text, I might forward that to the FBI.
Yeah.
And when the doxing stuff was happening, I went to my local sheriff's department and told them if somebody ever doxed me to please call my cell number to let me know before they busted my home. So, it's scary. It's sad and scary that we got
you want
people
them to
that.
Show up and kill your dog or something, right?
Yeah, or something. I have other people live here, so I don't want some random psycho to show up and try to shoot us or kill us or stab us in our sleep.
Phyllis, I believe she can answer that, but I'll go with the assumption of it just rhymes with Janet.
Oh, my name?
Yeah, he's asking if you.
Yeah, I chose it because when I was little, people used to call me Janet from another planet because I was a nerd. I had 4 sisters and I was a tomboy, and they all teased me and called me Janet from another planet. So,
yes, a little bird told me that of all of your sisters, you're like the most stubborn and hard-headed. Is that true?
Maybe. I mean, I think a couple of my sisters are more stubborn than me, but I am stubborn like my mother was.
See, Phileas is a man after my own heart. Actually, I can't be doxxed because I've already told so many people where I live, and I've sent them things and received things in the mail. So it's like, but again, I always tell people, remember, I live in Florida. So if you think you're going to kick in my door, you may not want to do that.
Same here for Kentucky for the vast majority of it.
I EDC every single day. Right now, I have within arm's reach a Glock 19. Mm-hmm. In my bedroom, I have my AR chambered in .300 blackout. I have a dog. The dog is not to attack you. The dog is just to bark so I can wake up and put you out of your misery.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, I have my advanced concealed carry.
You don't even need that.
Different weapons. I remember, did I tell you that it was like almost 3 months ago. It was pouring down rain. It was like 11:30 at night, and I was in bed and I had a t-shirt on, right? And it's pouring down rain, and I hear all this commotion, because my coop's way away from the house, but I could barely hear something. So I looked out the window and I saw the light because I have an automatic light that comes on. I saw the light, so I ran. I grabbed my gun and I ran to the coop, and it was pouring down rain. Went around and I saw the front, and I saw the rooster running around. So I ran around to the back and opened the coop door because you can step into it because you can stand up in it. And there was a raccoon that had one of my hens, and he was eating her head off. So he ran up into the side where there's like 2x4s, like this, and then in front of it with the wood with the 4 nesting boxes on each side.
Right.
Oh, my tooth came off. I lost one of my fangs. Take the other one off.
She's been defanged.
I don't know if I can't get it off right now, but because they're on with wax, you heat it up and you put it on and you let it cool, and that's how they stay on so long. But I went around and I put a rake underneath to keep it from going down to the bottom again, and it kept putting its paws up out the top, so I just put my pistol down in there like that and went blam, and when I did, my ear went bang, my right ear, because I didn't take any ear muffs or anything, so
that's why like, when I talk about my 300 blackout, I always
so that was bad.
Sonic rounds because they're quieter. I mean, they're still loud, but Joy Division, I would recommend listening to Joy Division, and if you want, listen New Order, which New Order tried to not be goth, and regardless of how hard they tried not to be, they get played at every goth club all the time. It's like
we're not goth, guys.
But
please.
As a woman, especially, I mean, that is unacceptable. And I'm not a male feminist by any means. I'm actually, most people would call me a misogynist. I prefer traditionalist, but people shouldn't be talking to women like that.
No, they shouldn't.
And I'm sorry you went.
People shouldn't talk to people that way at all, especially when they don't know them at all. Shouldn't judge someone just because of what they look like or any of those things. I'm definitely not
that's
an asshole. That's an asshole, basically.
And it's so weird because, see, I'm not even going to try and guess your age, but me being a Gen Xer, like, you never had that when I was a kid. People just were not like that.
But see, I grew up on Air Force bases. We had all races, and nobody was an asshole to people, at least not in my schools that I went to, and in my neighborhood and stuff.
Well, it's like people say, Trump literally broke some people's mental faculties. Mm-hmm. Just the fact that he somehow become president has literally made some people crazy.
Yeah, and the thing is, before he became president, he was loved by everyone. Now look,
beloved by everyone, and as soon as he become president, if you even like. I had a guy come on my show last night with the really awesome title of Butt Cake 69 and just start spewing all kinds of hateful shit. And I'm just like, well, I just told him, I hope you're very young and I pray that you'll grow up and get over whatever the hell's wrong with you, because, we're all dumb when we're like young. So,
well, it's actions speak louder than words. It's what a person does. It's not anyone can. I mean, look at people have been saying, both sides have been saying all kinds of shit, but they're going to do this, they're going to do that, and blah, 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 blah for as long as I've been alive, and they haven't done it. So to have someone that's doing what they told us they were going to do is refreshing.
Well, my main thing, though, is just like, you just, like you said, I'm agreeing with you, though. The fact that somebody would like call you by name and be like, away. I mean, I've had people ask how I can talk so much with the orange dick in my mouth, too. And I'm just like, wow. Okay.
I know, it's pretty lame. Right. But anybody can say stuff when you're a keyboard warrior. Yeah. Because no one knows who you are.
What I said to the guy is I said, so you're obviously a leftist. And if you're a leftist, are you trying to tell me homosexuality is wrong? Because I believe that's your thing, right? And of course, he just jabbered on and said a bunch of stupid shit. And I was eventually like, whatever.
It does make me think of that one time they got this one woman caught, this leftist wanting to become part of like the school board in their area, calling her a MAGA faggot.
Right. And it's like, but wait a minute. I thought your side were the pro whatever side. But
and then she tried to explain away that afterwards. Like, look, I was
here we got a wild, rambling Bruce.
Yep.
Well, I love a show when I get a bald, hairy Italian on.
Yay.
Hey everybody.
Hi, Bruce.
Hey, Janet.
Yeah, Bruce, look what you did. Look what you did. She was all done up to the nines looking like a 90s goth vampire guy's wet dream, and you.
Well, he didn't get to see because he wasn't. He was on the road.
She had the teeth in and everything. I mean, God.
Yeah, I just took him out.
I saw.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely have bought her whatever she wanted at Denny's after the vampire game.
Oh, you guys are sweet.
No, I'm not.
I'm
really not.
Well, I'm not as nice as everybody thinks I am either. I stand up for myself, and I tell other people they should stand up for themselves too.
I've heard that.
So, you know, you should be yourself. You shouldn't be ashamed to like nerdy movies or, you know, whatever clothes you want to wear. I like going to secondhand stores to buy my clothes. I just like to be thrifty. You know, I'm a thrifty person, but you know, I've had my own sisters make fun of me because of it, but you know.
Well, it's like I was saying.
I know a person, it's a woman, that when someone buys her jewelry, she takes it and has it appraised.
See, and here's James just gun shaming me all the time.
I'm not gun shaming you. It's just you bought a specific gun that I have a problem with.
See, gun shaming.
Is that the gun that jams?
No, it's a P90.
It's the silly French, weird, spacey looking gun that's a piece of trash. Even the French don't even.
Maybe he didn't buy it to take, you know, out for a gunfight. He bought it because he wants it as a collectible.
No, that's why he bought it, because he watched too much Stargate, and he thought.
I don't watch Stargate.
Well, it's the gun they use on Stargate.
I remember it in GoldenEye, really. The old GoldenEye game.
And I told him, dude, you'd be so much better off just getting like a freaking M4 or
basically I bought it because I like it. It's a collectible to me.
Phyllis, yeah, Peter Still was the bassist, and in Black #1 he has an actual stand-up bass, but he's playing it like
I already got myself an AR-15.
Man. You like trucker music? Well, Jerry Reed. I mean, he did a lot of the songs in like what was it? Burt Reynolds, Smokey and the Bandit, and they were all great. I mean, come on.
Heck, I even got a Mosin Nagant with a bayonet.
See, Mosin, that's, as they call it, the trash rod or the $100.
See, I finished this bag.
Nice.
And this is made out of these. This is the newest one I just finished. I was working on it each week, but it's made out of these.
Yeah, I'm not going to finish that Beastie Boys song, but still.
I cut these up and I crochet them into other bags.
Nice.
Isn't that really pretty?
Yeah. My madre, she's always doing quilts and shit. That's her thing. Like out of thrift stuff. So like you'll get a quilt and there'll be like denim and bits of t-shirt and whatever. And it's like, it's cool, you know, whatever. I mean, I was going to say, and I'm going to be a little personal here because I have no filter, right? The fact that you like dressing up so much, I'm thinking that your husband probably loves that.
Not really. He just thinks
it would be like dating a new woman every weekend.
Well, I mean, he just thinks it's kind of. He doesn't really
you're a hipster about it. Phyllis Canis says he's a hipster. He needs to hang out with Shadow. You're on the wrong channel, my man. You need to be on with Shadow and Son. That guy, he's older than me, but he is the king of the hipsters. It's like if it's popular, he don't want it. He's a piece of shit.
But I can tell you one thing. Any man out there, if you have a woman that gets dressed up for you, puts on makeup and perfume and whatever heels you ask for or outfits you like and wants to look nice when you take her to dinner, you should tell her how appreciative you are, because that's a lot of work. Because she could just put on a muumuu and leave her hair in rollers and go to the restaurant.
Yeah.
So if a woman does that for you, it's just like you putting cologne on, you know, and trimming your mustache or whatever else. She should say the same thing. Well, you look very handsome, or you smell wonderful, you know, or whatever. You know, you should compliment each other. Be thankful that you have someone, because so many people don't. They don't have anyone.
Exactly. So
my
wife she's a professional lady and a Viking, so she always dresses up.
Viking, she'll kick your ass.
She's Danish, so Denmark. Yeah. So yeah, I always call her my little Viking. And you missed it when I said earlier what she did, which I think is the biggest turn on
I'm
ever.
gonna have to go. The dog's getting really upset.
I hear it.
I'll see.
Really? Catch you later, Timmy.
Take care, Tim.
I woke up this morning. She had my coffee made perfect, and she cooked me an egg and fried bologna sandwich. Awesome. And to me, that is about the hottest thing a woman can do. Mm-hmm. But then again, like I said,
can I give a suggestion to all you guys? Because I hear many complaints about this one thing from other friends of mine that are women. They'll be in the kitchen, they got up, and they go in the kitchen, it's a mess. The counters are dirty, and the dishes are piled in the sink. So they go and they start loading the dishwasher, and they're wiping everything down. They sweep the floor and all that. And when they're bent over the dishwasher, here comes the guy, and he grabs him on the ass, or he bends over and grabs him by the boobs. If you think that's fun, that's great. But after you're done, you should stand up and say, "What can I do to help in the kitchen?" Instead of just walking off and laughing about it. Because a woman doing that doesn't feel very sexy. She doesn't feel very attractive.
Let me tell you a thing.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. Okay. And we'll leave it there. You're not wrong.
Well, I'm just saying. Just tell her,
women actually don't mind a little.
If she offers to make you something to eat, let her make it. Let her make you something.
Well, it's the love language thing, Janet. Yeah, my wife's love language is being appreciative. So I woke up first thing this morning. She had my coffee ready, my breakfast ready, and I immediately went to work, scrubbed the toilets, vacuumed all the floors, mopped everything, even got the edges, really worked my ass off, right? Cleaning. And that shows her I love her. And then her making me coffee and calling me handsome because she's a dwarf, that makes me feel good. And then, of course, like very many Danish women on the planet, she does got that Danish booty. So when she's walking through the house, I do give it a little smack every now and then, just to,
That's okay too.
To let her know that I'm still a threat.
Is good.
I gotta let her know. I'm like, look, I know I'm an old man now, but I'm still a threat. Mm-hmm. You can't trust me. I can still jump in there if you don't pay attention about what's going on here, right? But no, I've been with my wife for over 25 years now.
That's why.
She keeps me grounded. Mm-hmm. And when we go to Publix, she makes sure I never buy anything unless it's BOGO. And she's organized. Like, this is another thing like Danes do. Like, if you ever see Saxius or Dean Powell they're Danish. They are hyper focused on organization. So, like, I always joke with my wife that I've got to make an appointment for a kiss, which isn't true, but she is kind of that way. Are Danes, Nords, or Germans? They are the worst of the Scandinavians because they're the ones that show up and force you to pay taxes. Like the Swedes, you don't know what. They're probably going to betray somebody at some point. So none of the Scandinavians really like Swedes. The Norwegians are the ones you send in when you want everyone dead. Because that's where all your berserkers and shit are. And then the Danes are the ones that show up and say, okay, we're going to move in and you're all going to pay us taxes. And in return, we won't bring in the Norwegians to kill you all. And that's how you got the Dane law in England, where like most of England was paying the Danes X amount of silver per year. But the Swedes are the ones that settled our beloved Kiev and created the House of Rurik, which went on to become the Rus. That was Swedes. Mixed with Slavs, which is me. But that's
Slav is the root word for what we have slaves now, correct?
Yes. The title Slav is because the Ottomans enslaved so many of them, it was basically slave. And like Serbians used to be called Servians, And then when they got enslaved so much, they changed the name of their whole tribe so that it didn't sound like servants, which is what they were to the Ottoman Turks. So now they're Serbs. And they get really mad if you say they're not Slavs, they're actually Celts, because they don't agree with that, even though, archaeology says it could be one or the other, whatever. But the one of the bunch up there, Phyllis, that is not Scandinavian is the Finns. The Finns are either Urgic Turkic people or Turkic mixed with Slavic people. So the further east you go in Finland, the more likely they are to be Russian. But they are not Scandinavians. They're not a Germanic tribe. They are actually Turkic. How they ended up in Finland beats the shit out of me. They just did it. So there you go.
They had a second lieutenant giving them map directions and grids.
Yeah, right. It's the same thing with Hungarians. Hungarians are not related to any other Europeans.
Janet, do you remember that movie we did called G.I. Jane?
Yes, I love that movie.
Okay, well, there's a scene in there where they're in the middle of the action and they give her a map and a radio and she gets messed up. That is the most accurate part of that movie.
The movie, the reason why I picked it was because I was trying to show the whole thing about what I believe, that you shouldn't get hired for DEI. You shouldn't hire someone because of DEI. You shouldn't lower the standards to have for police officers or for pilots or for anything, anything important, because it hurts people in the long run.
We have a lot of that in the fire service when I used to do that. And
it's wrong.
Now, we did have some burly lesbians, let me tell you. They could throw a ladder. They could do all the shit.
If they can do this stuff,
we had some 90-pound hot blondes that were just there to get ran through by the rest of the department.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
But they had to meet they recently had promoted this woman to be the chief of the paramedics, because you got to have a chief over your paramedics that keeps track of all the medical stuff. She was not even a paramedic. Never worked as a paramedic, never rode a day as a paramedic, but got promoted to be a paramedic because she's a woman and they needed to be able to be like, look at
us. What idiot made it a rule to hire people or put them in any position if they weren't qualified for
the federal government?
I know, that's ridiculous. That's
because
stupid.
Fire departments live or die by federal grants.
I know, but what I'm saying
is, a lot of your money, right?
Is that extra money that you're getting? That little extra money you're getting for your town or your state worth lives being lost because you send a 119-pound woman on a
HR director says yes, 100% worth it.
It's bullshit. Well, it's not her family member that's going to die because a 113-pound woman can't drag a 300-pound person out of a burning building because they're unconscious from smoke inhalation.
And that is a fair thing, because even me, back when I was 220 and all of my turnout gear, I was about 300 pounds. Because the turnout gear with
you're dead weight when you're unconscious,
with everything like that, that's like 90 pounds of gear. People don't understand that. You're running around with 90 pounds of gear, right? So my wife would get so mad anytime they would make one of those little girls my partner, because she would just be like, if you pass out in a fire, you're going to die. And I'd be like, yeah, I love you, baby. I'll see you.
I know. But the thing is, if a woman wants to try out and she fails, okay, let her be the 911 phone operator.
Every one of these women, Janet, that I'm talking about, they all failed. Everyone, I know for a fact.
Okay, well,
not one of them ever.
They shouldn't have. I know. I can tell you right now. I was born a woman. I was born this way. God made me a woman, and I do not want any woman or man to come to my house as a fireman or a police officer that could not pass a test to get that job. That's ridiculous. That does not save my family in crisis. Just
now, like I said, though,
to
be fair, we had some burly lesbians, and I respect the shit out of them.
They passed the test, didn't they?
Huh?
Did they pass the test?
Hell yeah, these girls.
Okay, well, then it doesn't matter whether they're girly, lesbian or not. They passed the test. They deserve the job.
Yeah. Yeah, I shouldn't even have. You're right. I shouldn't even add that. We had some women, some females who 100% passed the test. They were.
I met some guys that were in
they could drag the hose,
camp that couldn't pass because they were too little, underweight, or too short, and they couldn't do the the jobs that they need to do, and so they didn't pass boot camp. But they shouldn't. You shouldn't have somebody on your team to go over there and protect your back that can't do the damn job. Your soldiers are going to die. It doesn't matter.
I worked with women that I knew for a fact failed because the thing that kills small people in fire academy is throwing the 24-foot ladder. Because one, you got to get off the truck, and if you're too short, you can't even reach it. And two, it's very heavy. And three, you got to walk through some cones, drop it down, raise it up, tie it off, turn it around, pull it out at the right angle, climb up it, and say ladder ready. And you got to do it in 2 minutes, right? I know for a fact that these like 120-pound women did not do it. I saw them not pass. But then the instructor would be like, you go to the back line and we'll let you try again, right? And then he just pencil whip them through because they had to get the federal grants past X amount of ladies. And unfortunately, depending on your point of view, the 6 foot, 180-pound woman with the buzz cut, they're rare.
You know what I would have done if I'd had the opportunity to do something like this? I would have found out in my state who voted to put that stupid shit in on whatever to force it on everyone else in their towns. Then I would have made sure to find out what neighborhood they were in, and then make sure they knew and get them a letter saying that you now have 5 DEI hires on your police department and then 7 on your fire department. So
it was,
when there's an emergency in your home, these are who's going to come to your house. I guarantee they would have said, well, we need to make some changes because they don't want it to be their house.
Yeah. See, the city manager might have agreed with you on this, but the HR director would not.
Well, then I'd make sure it's their house then.
Yeah, and he wouldn't care. And then, you have a guy in the fire service in the union, and his only job is to fill out federal grant requests.
Yeah.
So there's like this weird kind of circular firing squad where you got the guy who gets paid to get federal grants, but to get the federal grants, you got to tick the boxes. To tick the boxes, you do the thing you say you don't like.
Are they changing that now, or?
I don't know. I've been off the job for like 15 years now.
Well,
I was in the fire department back when you could like make fun of people and like sneak women into the bay and stuff like that. It's totally different.
If you want to have certain people in certain positions and it doesn't matter whether they're a man or a woman, then that's great. But if there is a position that someone's got to work out for or try out for the position and they can't pass the test, they definitely shouldn't get the job. And if it was my job to do that, I would make sure, no, you don't hire anyone that can't do this job.
Yeah.
People will die.
But like I said, it's all about the money, money, money. Money.
But then I would go public. I would go to the newspapers and I would say, we are not getting our funds because we wouldn't hire these people because they could not get this. They couldn't pass this test. What if it was your family? I would do that.
Janet, you are a sweetheart. I appreciate it. But let me tell you, people no one cares. People
do care if it's in their neighborhood.
It's just a monster.
I know, but look what happened. When they bust all those illegals to Martha's Vineyard, what happened?
Well, they had to get rid of them because
why? Why?
Because they didn't care.
They wouldn't do anything about it. When it affects them, they will do something. That's what I'm trying to tell people. And it's true. When you take their money or you endanger their family or their livelihood, then it will matter and they will make a difference. They will make changes.
I'm not, you know what? I'm not going to crap on your opinions here.
No, I'm just saying, you'll see one day that's going to happen and you're going to see that they will change their mind when they realize it's going to happen to them.
Yeah.
It works.
See, we were kind of lucky in that the young ladies we had who couldn't actually do the job. Anytime we worked the structure fire, they would always be put on like safety. So they just stand on a corner and stare at the burning house to make sure nobody's getting killed. Basically, it's bullshit jobs we gave them. But at least I can say this about these girls. They're pretty good paramedics. And, you know, you don't got to be super strong to be a paramedic. You just have to know when to give people medications and whatever. So that's kind of how they made their way. You know, they're like, oh, well, yeah, they can't actually be firemen, but they're good paramedics. And in Florida, they don't divide the crews. Like up in New York, where my dad grew up, you had EMS and fire department. And fire department only does fires and shit like that. And EMS only does EMS. But down here, you got to do both. So, you know,
we have fire and rescue. And that means that they'll have, it's a different vehicle and it goes with the fire trucks and it has somebody that do, you know, life-saving skills, you know, bring, you know, their hearts and get them to breathe and all that stuff. And then you have EMS.
So. Right. Well, Phileas, who refers to me as Graybeard, I like that actually. I was part of a gaming group when I used to go to the comic shop called the Graybeards Gaming Group. We all played 40K together and we were all like old with Graybeards. 2016 caused the split. Like before that, like even when I can remember when like Clinton was in office, no one gave a shit. It was like, oh, well, I'm a Republican, but Clinton won. Okay, whatever. He did.
What do you think it was, James? What do you think it was? Was it Gamergate? Was it Harambe? And how most people were, you know, thinking about.
Well, in an alternate world where Harambe lived, shit would probably be way better.
I agree.
Because the execution of that silverback gorilla.
That's what started it off.
F something way up.
That fucked up the entire timeline.
But it's like Tim was on here, Canis, and he said, and he's 100% right. Before Trump ran for office, everyone loved him. He was in movies, he had TV shows. Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton were like his best friends. He was chilling out. No one thought he was racist. He was dating black chicks.
Donald is in public today.
Right? He was dating black chicks. He was trying to get Jesse Jackson elected president.
I can't stand that Donald Trump. He keeps eating McDonald's. He's going to kill himself with that shit.
Well, I thought you wanted him dead, asshole. You know, well, not that guy, but
not that guy. Not Bobby.
Not Bobby, but yeah, the leftists are like, can you believe President Trump's putting in a Diet Coke button? Oh, heaven forfend. Why would you give a shit that this guy likes drinking Diet Coke all day?
How dare Donald Trump put a Diet Coke dispenser in the White House? The sanctity of it all.
Yeah, the sanctity of it all. You know, it's like, yeah, I don't know why Trump destroyed so many human beings' lives inadvertently, not his fault. It's just the fact that that dude dared to exist. And I was talking about this as it relates to games. Green Ronin Gaming used to be one of my favorite game companies. They made such great games. 2016 happened, they become freaking maniacs. They were all on Twitter freaking out, you know, and saying shit like, if you like Trump, don't buy my games anymore. Well, okay.
And it hurt their pocketbook
because they're going out of business. And it's like, well, you told me not to buy your games.
Yeah, same thing with Bud Light. Look what happened with Bud Light. If you don't give them money, if you don't pay for their product, and you tell them, F you, I'm not buying your crap, and I'm not going to bend over and take it up the butt for anybody. So we stop buying your stuff, and guess what? They go belly up and they get bought out by somebody else. And they hopefully learn a lesson from
Cracker Barrel is still in free fall.
Well, they did it to themselves.
They did. So and besides that, given the choice of Cracker Barrel or Waffle House, I'm going to Waffle House. Anyway.
Yeah, I love Waffle House. You know, I've never had a bad meal at Waffle House, and I've never been treated unfairly. And I've never seen another person get treated unfairly.
No.
At a Waffle House.
Well, first off, they've only got like 12 things on the whole menu.
So
and it only seats like 30.
They're all good things.
Yeah, these are good
and
things.
The service
they've got
is
like
great.
12 things there. They're all good. You show up, you get your waffle, your hash browns, whatever, some other cover, whatever. The food is at your table within 3 minutes because their whole job is this restaurant seats 30-something people. So we want you to come in and eat and get the hell out because there's people waiting to come in.
That's right.
And in Florida, if the Waffle House closes, it means the apocalypse has come.
Maybe. Or
the hell did I walk into?
Oh, we were talking about Waffle House and how woke people run their businesses. And I was saying, well, Cracker Barrel, whatever, I'd rather eat at Waffle House anyway.
Bruce and Janet are here, and you guys are talking culture wars? No fucking way. I don't believe that for a goddamn second. These two.
Because when Janet showed up, she had bangs in. She looked like one of the brides of Dracula.
Yeah, I didn't get to do our show today.
Okay, shut up. You aren't an ex-goth LARPer like I am.
I absolutely was. The difference is I'm not thirsty like every other man who sees Janet. It's insane. Thirsty? Janet shows up on one of my shows and my chat explodes.
It's not
into
thirsty to appreciate a good-looking woman.
Well, I don't have to. I can wear a back over my head.
Man. I can't.
No, Janet,
you want me to?
You want to know what Janet reminds me
of?
You
misinterpret Janet. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying this guy giving me shit for not going, whoa,
no, we're talking about Waffle House. Stop.
You're talking about Janet as a vampire, you lying prick. But that's okay.
Yeah,
let's talk about Waffle House.
That's true.
Hey, you know what Janet reminds me of when she gets into a game stream and you show other people the game stream, like it reminds me of like the early 2000s, late 90s game stores where like a girl would walk in and like everybody breaks their fucking neck trying to giraffe that shit to see what Janet is. Does she got a dick? Is that a real woman? I can't believe that. Look at the fucking sweater puppy she's got under that shirt there.
She got a dick?
Hilarious.
I don't think that.
These guys are hilarious.
I don't think that was a thing in my game store, but when you are about to
Waffle House
Warhammer, yes, you notice when the lady walks in. When you're young and not
smell like ass and bacon wrapped in leather. Somebody were. Oh my God! There's a woman in here. It smells great.
God. You need. I'm gonna start a thing to get you deported back to Sicily.
Seriously.
I mean, you're out of control, sir. Back to the island with you.
Back to Sicily. That's it. Back to Winnipeg.
Back to Winnipeg. Have fun with your goats and your freaking mozzarella cheese. But anyway,
PBR. Hang on, wait. There's going to be mozzarella cheese. Beer. There's going to be mozzarella cheese. Can I come?
I know that. I knew a guy who put salt in his beer, and it was PBR. I know lots of people did that. I don't know why they do that, but
cuts down on the acidity a little bit and reduces
someone told me it makes the bubbles go away.
Yeah, it takes down the carbonation, which makes it easier to sort of digest for some people.
So you have to be like a hardcore alcoholic to know that.
Or a bartender.
Yeah.
Right. I wasn't accusing you of being an alcoholic. I'm just saying, like,
I hope the fuck you were, because if you were, I'll meet you at the Waffle House, motherfucker.
You can't be an alcoholic.
How you like them pies?
Do you have Waffle Houses in Canada?
Nope.
No.
That would class the place up.
Have you ever been to one though, Bear?
Canada doesn't get anything good.
We have Denny's.
If I ever get to see you in here in America, I'll take you to Waffle House.
I want to go to a Waffle House and I want to go to a Golden Corral buffet.
Oh yeah, I love.
You've never known carbohydrates, Bear.
Good food.
Trust me, I live in Canada. We exist. We subsume carbohydrates, sir. But we don't fry everything. That's why I want to go to these places.
See, I can't eat lots of fries.
Well, at the Golden Corral, they got the prime rib and all that. So you can just sit in there and eat prime rib all day till you die.
See, Bruce wasn't here the other day when I showed you guys what a beaver tail was.
I remember, though, it's some kind of big pastry thing.
No, it's not real beaver tail. It's like a pastry, like a I don't know how to describe it. It's just a fucking baked thing or a deep fried thing. And then they put a shit ton of sugary fucking toppings on top of it.
Like nuts.
They're about yay big, and they're about that, and they're about this thick. And then they just pile on like jam and syrup and icing and.
Never had anything like it, but it sounds delicious.
Instant fucking diabetes.
Well, here's the thing, Janet. When you live in a place, not that Bear currently does, but soon will, where it gets to like negative 30, you need to consume about 10,000 calories a day or you'll just die.
Yeah, pretty much.
So at that point, yeah, that beaver tail is a good idea when you're trudging through 8 feet of snow. It's like, I mean, it's like these idiots that had that, I think it was MTV did the Real World bullshit in Alaska and everyone was losing weight because they're feeding them like they were in California, but they're in Alaska. And you got to have about 8,000 calories to maintain a core temperature or you'll die. And Canada's kind of like that in a lot of places.
We have our moments.
Just be like that.
We have our moments.
That's why Southerners, we get
now where I want to go more than anything else, and Bruce, you will appreciate this. I want to go to Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's? Oh my God, they got like 100 flavors of beef jerky.
I'm telling you, and I gotta go to fucking Buc-ee's.
They have a rhino taco, which has brisket, bits of sausage, a little bit of egg, sliced peppers, bacon. It's one of the most delicious burrito tacos.
Excuse me. What part of I have to go did you not hear? I don't need you to sell me.
It's
I'm already
he doesn't need a he doesn't need a he just wants a menu because he's ready to go.
It's so weird.
I just want to go.
It used to be a Texas thing, but now it's like all over the South.
The largest one is
I want to go to the biggest one.
Oh, they have the one in Florida, man. That thing is like a mile across.
The one in Florida is bigger than Texas.
I want to go to that one, and I want us to park the car at the very end of the fucking pumps. So we have to walk in, consume whatever the fuck we're going to consume, and then walk a fucking mile back to the car to make it like, slightly.
Well, the first thing is you don't park at the pumps. But the good news is they have parking spots that are even further away.
Yes.
Even fucking better.
It's like an amusement park.
So you can work up an appetite on the way in and burn some of that calories off.
I love it. I'm fucking in.
They have like Buc-ee's nuggets or something, and they're like
beaver nuggets
cereal, but they're covered in caramel and shit.
They're like sugar pops, but they're covered in caramel.
Yeah, it's sugar pops covered in caramel and.
No,
the wall of jerky is like when you walk in, you see. I always get Korean barbecue jerky because I like Korean barbecue, but I also sometimes get the Bohemian garlic jerky, which is, I guess, Czech or Slovak jerky, wherever Bohemia is.
See, that doesn't sound appetizing. That just sounds like a stinky guy I knew in college. You know what I mean?
It's beef and garlic, man. That's the only two things I need in my life, and my wife.
And your wife.
You're right. I mean, I eat garlic on everything, and beef is my favorite thing to eat. So, yeah. Got 2 up in Kentucky. Yeah, the one in Florida is so big, you could get lost in there. You could actually sleep between aisles and just live in it. And
this sounds amazing.
Their symbol is a beaver, but Buc-ee's was the owner's dog.
All right, there's the photo of the Buc-ee's counter for just the beef jerky.
Oh yeah,
my God!
It's like, yeah, I mean, it's like, and they have it pre-bagged, or you can go up and just ask the guy to get you however much you want from behind the counter. And then they have like an area in the one I go to where they make burritos and sandwiches and tacos and then of course all the other shit you can buy, shirts and luggage and whatever. I mean,
and there's the menu for the beef jerky flavors. You're welcome.
And you're not allowed to be there if you're in a tractor trailer.
No.
It
has to be in either 10-wheeler or less.
Yep. But when my wife and I drive to Georgia, since we go up 95, a lot of times we'll stop at that Buc-ee's on the way home and pick up some, stuff. Unfortunately, I think the next trip I'm doing next week is going to be to Gainesville, and that's up 75. And I don't know if there's a Buc-ee's on 75. I don't remember. But
you're my break right now because I've been editing Valorous all day and also making songs on Suno. So I'm just like, I need a break. And I'm literally editing while I'm talking to you guys, which means I'm a bad person.
Well, you'll be happy to know I woke up first thing and did the floors and scrubbed the toilets and everything.
Weren't you supposed to do that last night, sir?
My wife said since it was late, I could wait to this morning if I promised to do it this morning. And when I woke up, she had my coffee ready and an egg and bologna sandwich ready.
Yeah.
So I ate my egg and fried bologna sandwich and drank my coffee and freaking went to work, man.
Nice. Good for you.
Got it all done.
Here's the
other. Like I was telling you, Janet, that's her love language. Like if I go out in the yard and start digging around and working,
so it works. That's what matters.
She wants to see me out in the yard pulling weeds and installing mailboxes and shit. That's what she likes. That's
if I could get a man that would do all the housework, I would be happy to weed eat and do yard work.
Well, I do the housework part not because I love it, but because I owe her, because she pays the majority of the bills. Because I don't know if you know this or not, but firefighters don't make a lot of money. And when you get retired out at 66 1/3, that's even less money. Whereas she has a couple of degrees and works in the corpo world where she makes lots of money. And so I kind of got to earn my keep around here because she could replace me with a younger model at any minute. I mean, it could happen. I don't think she will, but she could.
All right, Bruce, reading the menu. I want Hill Country peppered. I want some steakhouse. Mesquite peppered sounds great.
Mesquite peppered's delicious.
Yeah, Old Western peppered sounds real good too. Lemon peppered. I just want the peppered. Give me all the damn peppered.
I was going to say I'm seeing a theme here. Peppered.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And if you go,
I grew up in a very, 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 very boring part of the world cuisine wise. It was either fish or standard white guy mashed potatoes, things like that. So spices were not a high priority in our life.
Salt and pepper here, comrade.
Exactly, salt and pepper. That's what I grew up on. Now I've long since expanded my repertoire, my palate, and everything else, but I still like a nice peppered meat. It can be good.
Like Russian cooking, except with Russian cooking, you throw some freaking dill in there just to spice it up. Some dill. It's like salt, pepper, dill, garlic, some kind of meat or potato or cabbage or all three.
The other thing about Buc-ee's I must implore is that, Bear, you've never gone into a place that is policed by a man whose only goal in his 8-hour shift is to ensure that the bathrooms are immaculately clean. They are Instagram ready for people to go in and take a loo and relax and unload. And then as soon as that person leaves, there might be a guy within the next hour that checks that stall to make sure the toilet paper is full and fresh, ready to go.
Well,
there's 45 bathroom stalls in the men's room.
Okay. Well, thank you though. And if I'm still on and you want to head back, always invited. You know that.
Okay. Well, you guys have a good day, and I'll talk to you later. Yeah, I'm gonna go change and get something to eat.
Okay. Oh, Janet,
Janet said she was hungry earlier. She's just been hanging out, being polite.
We're going to be doing a music panel tonight with some new music. If you want to come and be on the panel, like you have been times in the past.
Okay. I'll let you know what time. It's 7.
8 p.m. Eastern, so 7 your time. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll talk to you guys later.
7 in your make-believe time zone. Yes.
Yeah, we're not going to have that. I think he's going to get rid of it.
Who's he?
No more whatever that's.
The daylight saving time is going to go away.
If you guys get rid of it, I will love you, and I will sing the praises of the woman who gets rid of it for the rest of the time.
I really think that he's going to get rid of it. So, but you guys have fun.
Only if they do it the right time and put us on the standard and not the savings. That's the problem.
We'll see you guys later. Bye.
Always a pleasure, dear.
And tell your wonderful wife I said to take care of herself and do as she's told.
Yeah, that'll work out real well, I'm sure.
You don't know a lot of games.
I had a look on my face.
By the doctor to keep her foot up, to keep ice packs on, all that good stuff.
Because I am the boss in my house when she lets me be.
Mm-hmm.
I wear the pants when she allows it.
There's a
why is this? Okay.
Oh, stop! We like looking at you.
But I have to do the comedy. If I don't do the comedy, why am I here? Why am I here?
So that we can say we have a diverse panel because you count as a Canadian.
So you can just say you have a Canadian. That's all it is. I know the game.
Everyone wants one. Let's not lie.
We are highly in demand. It's true.
You are highly in demand. Everybody loves Canadians.
Everybody loves Raymond.
I mean, ever since I was little and I watched Great White North, I was like, damn, I gotta get me a Canadian. I mean, I was hoping for a Rick Moranis, but hey, I got a bear.
Well,
it is what it is.
I'm entertaining in my own way.
Dave Thomas would have been okay too.
I have my moments.
If he's a snow Mexican and Mexicans are just Mexicans, does that make you and I mountain Mexicans?
Mountain Mexicans.
Or holler Mexicans.
holler crawlers.
Yeah, because I mean, if everyone's just a Mexican from some place. And I guess Shadow would be a desert Mexican. Or maybe a leather basement Mexican.
Oh, hey, have you heard of this band? I know you haven't, but I love them. They're amazing. They have a weirdly gay name. What? Shadow, why? Why, Shadow? Why?
Oh, the new meme is me, Shadow, and you. Mm-hmm. And it's about henchmen. And the henchmen are leather gay dudes. And I'm sitting there looking worried, and I'm like, I'm not so sure we should have hired these guys. And Shadow's like, I don't know why. I love them. And you're just sitting there like drinking whiskey or some shit. You're just pounding, And the guy's like, it's all queer over here, guys, in the background. No, you're all like, I don't know who this guy is, but he keeps rubbing his butt on me. And then there's some dude rubbing his butt on you.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, you can't see the butt, but he's kind of looking back at you like, hey there. And you're just like, who is this guy? Why does he keep putting his butt on me?
Why in the name of fuck are you rubbing your ass against me?
Oh, man. He made like 3 more of the Litz plays, and it's us in dungeons encountering,
Yeah, good for this guy, man. I'm glad he's having fun.
I love the one where I'm just sitting there being like, the Emperor protects, the Emperor protects, the Emperor protects. I'm going into my own world. I'm like, I'm out.
Yeah. Shadow's like,
and then there's another one, and there's like a gay ogre. And Shadow's like, I got dibs on the ogre. And it's just like, what? So Shadow has been typecast by this particular gentleman as the gayest of the lot.
I wonder why.
Of course, still my favorite one is the one where me and Double D are in the V8 Interceptor, and you're in like one of the Mad Max cars, and you're like, V8, I serve Imperator, whatever, Forlani. Mm-hmm. You're like in this big freaking Mad Max car, and nice. Forlani, the lady Forlani, is driving the car. And you're like, oh,
nice.
And me and Double D are just like, what the fuck?
Fucking life goals, baby, life goals.
Imperator Forlani, V8, witness me.
witness me, please, goddess.
I have a list of favored snacks. Well, I do. It's called
Sorry, Bruce was about to say something, and you kind of barreled over him.
Oh, well, I do that. I'm sorry, Bruce.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Celt.
It just happened. It's okay.
Mongrel Celt?
Well, he's Eastern Kentucky. There's so many Irish.
Oh, okay. I thought he was referring to me because I'm Irish, Scottish, and Danish. So I'm like, am I the mongrel Celt? What's going on?
Are we the bad guys?
Are we the baddies?
Well, if there's one thing I've learned over the last 400 kilometers of retreat is the Soviet Union is in dire need of agricultural improvement, or whatever he says. Yeah. Well, we wear skulls.
And they're like, the pure Aryan skull shape? It could be, but
it could be. And then he's like, but what about but they didn't pick our emblems. We did.
Yeah.
Huh? And then he looks around, and one guy's got like the skull on a coffee cup, and the other guy's knitting like a thing with a skull on it. They're just like, let's get out of here. Now that's pretty That's pretty funny. But of course, the funniest of all time will forever be Old Greg.
Don't know.
Old Greg.
Yeah, he drank the Baileys from a shoe.
Yeah. Have you ever been to a bar where people drink Baileys from a shoe and whiz on each other? My furry little man, Peach.
Is this some sort of Bostonian thing?
No, this is off
it's an English comedy.
The Boosh, wasn't it?
The Mighty Boosh. Yeah, I never watched the Mighty Boosh.
And Old Greg is some kind of weird fish person. And the one guy's out fishing and hooks Old Greg in the head. And then Old Greg like basically takes him to his lair and like tries to seduce him with Bailey's whiskey and you know, being pissed on and stuff. Because English people, you know. He's like, I'm Old Greg. I've got a mangina.
Oh, God. When he opens up his pants and shows a mangina, this giant beam of light comes out. And
giant beam of light.
Hits the poor boatman. He was just there trying to, you know, catch a few fish. Nope. Now he's seen a mangina.
Yeah. And it's like, and of course, he's all like, I didn't do that. And he's like, your hook is in my head, mother liquor. He's like, you know, like, yeah, Old Greg was one of the funniest things that ever happened in the 90s.
The Mighty Boosh, actually, that episode's pretty good. And there's a lot of views on YouTube. It's got like 5 or 6 million views on. So
yeah.
If you search for Old Greg on YouTube, you see it, and you can kind of get a few good snickers in because there's some good humor within that. But if you're not tuned into the Brit style humor, a lot of it flies overhead.
Yeah.
Gee, well, I'm doomed.
Dan Vince, that is the correct quote. I am notorious ass bear for misquoting and singing the wrong lyrics for everything. So
Soviet
agriculture. Bear will back me up on that.
Yes. Because sometimes let's be honest, sometimes he's disturbingly
Sally Ford
accurate.
Find a good burger. The best hamburgers I ever get are the ones my wife makes. She makes delicious hamburgers. I mean, I don't mind a Wendy's burger every now and then, but nah, I'd just rather have a homemade burger. Predominantly Scott, Irish, Welsh, Dutch, Cherokee, Pawnee. Jesus, this guy.
Be good, Bubba.
Yeah, Bubba's predominantly everything.
As my dad used to say, he's a Heinz 57.
Yeah. He's half Cherokee, half Pawnee, he's a big guy. You know. That, of course, was a joke about a woman. Some guy's like, my wife, she's half Italian, she's half Greek, and she's half Irish. She's a big woman. Like, okay. But, yeah, it's nice seeing Janet. I told her what I told you, how lucky you are to have her on your show to class up the joint.
Oh, man. I'm one of the luckiest creators I know. She's always there. I appreciate her. We're good friends. We probably talk every day on the phone or through some other voice app.
Right.
She lets me know what's going on in her head and lets me know what's going on weather-wise if in case her internet's going to be wonky because, oh, no, we're getting a thunderstorm, you know, or some such. Like yesterday, they had really bad storms, but they just kind of blew over her and went into West Memphis and knocked down a bunch of power poles.
Well, I watched on her Discord, she was showing your game.
Yeah.
Because I was on my Discord and it said, Janet is live, something with 1,000 eyes or something. I was like, what the hell was that?
They fought Umber Hulks.
And then I looked it up and it was your game, which I'd already watched a bit of on YouTube. So I'd watched a bit of it on YouTube and then I watched a bit of it on Discord under Janet's account because I guess her and I are friends on Discord, which I didn't remember that we were, but apparently we are. So I was like, oh, cool. I recognize that because there's Bruce and there's Nerdy Goblin. And so the whole crew was there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but I'd already been watching it on YouTube earlier.
Do you have solar panels on your home?
I do not. And okay. God, I constantly got assholes come to my house trying to convince me to buy them.
Okay.
And all I got to do is mortgage my whole house over to them. and then I'll get solar panels.
That's basically how it works, from what I understood on.
And I'm like, no,
contract years.
No. You're not getting the house. We're not going to do a mortgage for you, you crazy bastards. If I or it's you're basically leasing the solar panels or some shit. And I'm like, if I don't own them, I don't want them on my property. Get out of here.
I got to look at the paperwork because we're gonna probably rent a house to own, but it's already got panels on it. The panels are already on there. They're already installed on the back half of the house.
Yeah.
And if it helps with the electric payment, hey, electric grid, that's awesome. You know, if I
oh yeah, I'm not anti-solar panel. I'm just anti-giving somebody my house for solar panels.
Not into that at all.
You know, if I were serious about getting solar panels, I'd talk to the wife and we would just buy them. You know, so that we own the damn solar panels. But yeah, these guys, I've got like the hugest freaking no soliciting sign, and they still knock on the door, and I'm just like, really, guys, come on.
You know what I would do? It probably wouldn't be legal, but
stick it out in the front yard on a chain.
You have a fake claymore, or you know the green housing that you usually put a claymore in where it says front towards enemy.
Oh, that'd be hilarious.
And put that in the fucking driveway with a sign, no solicitors, like right behind that.
Right.
And then you have like at the door another no solicitors, and right underneath that sign you have a bear trap. No, not for bear, but I mean you have an actual like untriggerable bear trap, but you have a bear trap there for no solicitors, and maybe you have like a fake severed leg.
You know what? Couldn't a bear trap technically be a twink?
It is, but sadly, a lot of these dumbass
different kind of bear, though, right?
Yeah, exactly. A bear trap would actually be giant Bucky's convenience store.
Well, I mean, that's a kind of bear trap, but another kind of bear trap would be like a twink that just wants a bear.
Yeah.
Because bears are always welcome in the leather dungeon, according to the meme guy.
I'm sorry. Watching Shadow's hair get fabulous when he's looking at the gay dudes, he's like, hold on, let's think about this for a second.
Yeah, Shadow's just all like, I think they're fabulous.
It's just not
bears burning at the stake. Everyone has witty shit to say, and I'm just like, I smell curry. Like, what? Okay.
I'm in the wrong neighborhood if I smell curry.
I love curry, so. I can tell the guy watches my videos because remember the one night when I complained about eating so much curry that it gave me the screaming memes?
Yes.
Well, so he worked that into the memes, the fact that I'd over curried myself and had diarrhea real bad. So, you know, he's the one person, the guy who makes those memes is the one human being I know for a fact watches all my streams.
That's good that you have a dedicated individual like that. That really is.
He is dedicated. That dude watches all of it.
I mean, a lot of people I know, they're like, Bruce, why do you have a YouTube channel? Maybe 5 people watch your stuff. Any given time, if I can turn on the camera and just start talking to 5 of my friends about various bullshit and hear them complain or give me grief and shit, that's a pretty healthy life, I think. I don't care if it's 5 or 500 or 500,000. I don't give a shit.
No, but like I told Janet, I like to stream because it helps me separate my brain so that I can build these little tanks and talk to you guys. Because talking to you guys is fun. Building the little tanks is not fun. But it has to get done. So basically, you guys are distracting me from this monotonous, boring task that I'm doing.
Nice.
So, yeah, that's why I stream so much. Because people are like, you stream so much. Why do you stream so much? And I'm like, well, I'm building an army. Maybe when I finally get all my army done, I'll stop streaming so much because I'll be like.
But may I interject?
Interject, sir.
Nothing. And I mean, nothing pisses me off more than the people who make a comment like that. Gee, you really seem to stream a lot. What are you, jealous? Or are you my fucking mother? Which is it? Like, if I am having fun doing what I want to do, what fucking business is it of yours to make a comment on it like that? That is just a couched criticism hidden in whatever you think are diplomatic tones. You know what I mean? Like, I fucking hate that bullshit.
Yeah.
That's such a small town, busybody, cunty mentality. It really annoys me.
Yeah, it's like, don't you got an HOA to be annoying?
Yeah, seriously. Don't. Are you in HR? Can you go make someone else's life hell, please?
I agree with you. People do it though. They're like, hey, you're always streaming. Like, well, okay. Thank you for reminding me. But as long as my wife isn't mad and I'm getting what I need to get done in real life, why do you care what I'm doing?
Amen.
I mean, whatever. But you are right. There does seem to be a little bit. I think it's envy because some people they would like to stream a lot of hours and have friends, but they don't. So they're kind of upset that other people do.
It's like the people who have said to me, yeah, but those people online, they're not really your friends. Really? They're not my friends?
I don't know. I can see you.
Yeah, right, and every time they've asked me for help, I've been there for them. Every time I've needed help, they've been there for me.
Yeah, see, it's not like the old days when you couldn't like talk and see each other, and
that was different.
Like when EQ first came out, and all you could do is text.
Yeah.
Then I would say, okay, you don't see the person, you don't know the person, maybe they're not a friend, but once you spend 100 hours, talking to somebody live and getting bitched at over your views in Canada or whatever, I mean, then you can be friends. You know what I mean? Right. You become kind of bros at that point because you're like,
eat some dick, buddy.
Eat some dick, buddy. I told
I'm
my
not
brother
your buddy,
that.
pal.
I ain't your buddy, pal. I told my brother that, and he's all like, yes, a big giant black one. I'm like, I'm never saying anything like that to you again on live stream because, I mean, he just stuck it and ran with it. He's like, I'm going to take what you said and make it the most of what you said. It's not enough that I'm like blowing a dude. I am blowing the biggest, blackest penis ever. And I'm just like, okay, then you do you, man. I mean,
is that hunger?
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And then I had to pull the Seinfeld. Not that there's anything wrong with it.
Like you do.
Like you do. I mean, I think that it's not good, but hey, I'm not here to be anybody's babysitter. When I play Zeg Media at work, I say, my friend made this when asked.
Well, that's nice, Daryl. I'm sad that you're, subjecting your coworkers to my shit, but hey.
I'm sure they deserve it.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah. I mean, I think most Americans could stand to have to tolerate a Canadian every now and then.
He's talking about the music I play, dude.
No, I'm just saying it helps expand their brain. Well, otherwise, they might go through their whole life just thinking Canada is America's hat. But then when you actually hang out with Canadians, then you realize that maybe there's a little bit more going on up there than just being a hat.
Maybe we're not a hat at all. At one point in time, we were your conscience. That was fun.
Yeah, well, maybe one day that'll happen again.
Unlikely. We've lost our way as a people.
Well, maybe you'll find your way, and then you'll help us with our way.
They're predicting another election by November now.
I'm just saying, I'm an optimist by nature, Bear. Oh, look behind you.
Oh, I know.
Getting ready to get attacked.
He's pawing me. He wants attention. All
There's Bagheera.
Lay down, beans.
I can't believe you didn't name that Bagheera. But I'm such a basic bitch. I would have named it Bagheera every day.
So do you know why I didn't name him Bagheera? Do you want to know why?
Because you're not a fan of Kipling?
No. When my friend who nicknamed me Bear is a Pakistani girl. And we were at work one day, and a bunch of them were sitting around talking about the Jungle Book, and I was walking through, and one of these people randomly went, and went, "Bear's Baloo!" And I went, "What?" They went, "We're just figuring out who's who from the Jungle Book, and you're Baloo." And Arisha from her desk just went, "He's not Baloo, he's Bagheera." And I just sort of looked at her and went, "Oh, you mean the mean panther who's really, really mean and stern with everybody? He's actually just trying to keep them all alive?" Exactly. All right, cool. I'm Bagheera. And I walked away. You know what I mean? So fuck it.
Yeah, but I think Baloo might actually be Hindi for bear.
Yes, it is.
So,
that's not the point. It's not the point. We're talking about the characters, not their names.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Didn't you used to role play at some point in your life?
Because you're definitely not the look for the bare necessities guy. You're a lot more of the quit fucking up. You're going to die.
Exactly. Oh my god, that's so funny. It's like when I was a bouncer and I'd get like a new fucking bouncer on the team. I'm like, okay, I'm about to teach you how to survive this job. See that chick over there? Yeah. Do not be looking at her while you're working. Just fucking do your job and protect everybody on the team and in the bar. Yeah, that only worked when I wasn't working with a certain type of person.
A thirsty American.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Well,
why not?
See, here's the thing. I'm not thirsty. I'm just a Southern gentleman. Or maybe I'm thirsty. I don't know. But why would I be thirsty? My wife made me coffee. I've got my Monster energy drink. That was so funny. There's a video where the woman tells her boyfriend, would you get me a Coke with my name on it? And he comes out and he hands her a bag and she opens it up and it's a Monster energy drink. She's just looking at him like, and he's like, what?
oh, that's rough.
Monster. Yep. When I play Zeg Media, it's usually just to watch Nerds Nerd.
No. Zeg Media is my music channel. That's what he's referring to.
Oh, okay. When I watch Nerds Nerd, basically outman all the other men on the game. It's like, okay. But she is ex-Marine, and Marines are tough.
The thing I like about Nerds is she will push the line like a man. Like if you're having if she does something, you make a call that she doesn't like, she'll go, oh, really? And she'll take that shot like one of your male friends would. And I often think to myself, if she and I actually played in person, there may be a chance I would have to slap the taste out of her mouth once in a while. Just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then afterwards be like, oh, shit. Oh, I'm so sorry. You're a woman. I shouldn't have done that. But you know what they say. She's a Marine first, right? So her gender
She's a Marine first, right?
Yeah, her gender doesn't count for shit because she's a Marine.
Also, is she ethnically Russian? Because if she is, then you're kind of obligated to smack her.
I don't think she's ethnically Russian. I don't know. She could be.
If she's Eastern European and you don't slap her, you're a pussy.
You're a pussy, yeah, for sure.
That's how it works, Bear.
Oh, I know. I've dated Romanians.
Phyllis, I have no idea to this day why no one has made a Metro role-playing game where you could make I don't know what system you could use, Traveler or whatever, but just make your character up, join your group, and run around the Metro trying not to get murdered by Nazis or communists. Because, I mean, they're all there. Or mutants, because they're there too.
Yeah, I thought that was a game where you shot mutant monsters in subways.
You're in the Metro under Moscow, which is actually massively massive. And there's towns that have formed in parts of the Metro. And one of them's the Fourth Reich. And the other one is Stalinist Russia. Hardcore Stalinist tanky commies. So they hate each other. And then there's another one that's kind of the more normal people. And that's where you're supposedly from. And then, of course, the whole place is crawling with radioactive mutants.
So is this like the ruins of Chernobyl that have gone to Moscow? And
no, World War III happened and the whole surface just got nuked to shit. And all of the survivors live in the Metro under Moscow. As a matter of fact, if you go above the surface for too long, you get irradiated. And the only way to fix your character is to get a blood transfusion to get rid of all the radioactive blood with non-radioactive blood. And on the surface, there are demonic looking mutant bastards that'll just, some of them fly. They're basically feral dogs that somehow developed wings or something. And then you've got rats and various other things that are just, there to eat you. And you're running around with different AKs and whatever, but they're all effed up because they're all basically being scrabbled together by whoever gets them.
I mean, you're playing with Russian firearms, so you've got 7 or 8 shots and then it breaks.
Well, I mean, because these are all cobbled together, yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I played Roadside Picnic, Stalker. I played that once.
Stalker, that's a totally different thing. It's written by two brothers in the 60s, and it's basically some aliens came to Earth for some reason, and when they left, it effed up the physics of the whole area.
It's interesting.
So you can be walking across an open grassy field and just fall into nothingness or age.
Yeah.
Like, because you can't see where the lines are, the ley lines or whatever the hell they are, but it's possible.
Shut up! Shut up with your ley lines!
It's possible you could be walking across an open parking lot in the zone, and then your character just aged 50 years. Because you walked through an anomaly.
Yeah, that's kind of what I had happen on my game. I made it kind of far and kept having a situation where I'm falling down dead. What the fuck? And I didn't look into
people called zoners have this like weird, almost psionic ability to detect anomalies. But it don't mean you can really see them unless they're visible, because a lot of anomalies are invisible. But they'll still kill you. You know, so it's like it's wild. They got a role-playing game about it, but I mean, you know, me and Richard were talking about it. But yeah, it was two brothers who wrote it back when Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, and it's set near Chernobyl, so there is a Chernobyl aspect to it. You know, the whole you can go to Pripyat and F around there, but it's part of the zone. And of course, the Russian government does not want you in the zone. So if you're going to go into the zone, you got to sneak in, because if the Russian government catches you in the zone, they'll shoot you. And then the zone is also full of bandits who will yell cheeky breeky, which means 1, 2, 3, I'm on top. But that's what they yell before they kill you. So yeah, if you hear, like, if you ever listen to the YouTuber Boris and you hear him say cheeky breeky, it's from Stalker. Yeah, cheeky breeky na the boy, or something like that. And the video game's super lethal. You can walk around a corner and catch like a 12 gauge shotgun to the face at short range, and that's pretty much the end of your character. So you got to pay attention to what's going on. But it's a great game. It's a great game. The role-playing game is not good, but the book is good and the computer game is good. But I prefer Metro, you know. Like in the Metro game, there's one where you go to like this other like bomb shelter area, except everyone in the bomb shelter area, they're sending a signal out saying, come here, you'll be safe. But when you get there, you find out they're all cannibals. So then you got to escape, because if you don't, they're going to eat you. And that's the whole reason they were sending the signal out, is to lure people in so they can eat them. I mean, it's some pretty horrible shit. Apparently, America's not doing any better. It's like full nuclear exchange throughout the whole world. So everything is effed. So yeah, great game though. All of them are pretty good. Just really good games. So got some dead air going on. What's up?
Oh, sorry, I'm just working on my shit since I have no comments on this. I don't play video games.
Yeah, if you've never played or read the books, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's an interesting game. I need to read more about it before I delve into it and figure out where I can go right and why I was going wrong.
Well, Stalker, like I said, it's you've got to find a way to deal with anomalies, but some anomalies can, in theory, be good, and some can be bad. And then, of course, the other zoners may or may not want you dead, and then the government definitely don't want you in there. And then also there's mutants that will eat you, pretty much.
See, I the more you talk about it like that, I think I might just go play Fallout Tactics and enjoy myself, because I love, out of all the Fallout games, 1, 2, 3, 4, Fallout Tactics on the PC, Brotherhood of Steel was my absolute favorite, because you got to create a character, then you had two other buddies show up, and you build a little party and you start adventuring around the Chicagoland area after the bombs, and it just put a big smile on my face the whole time.
Yep. And the movie Radioactive Dreams is the movie that the creators of Fallout were inspired by when they created Fallout.
See, I always thought that they were into Damnation Alley because of the fucking rad scorpions.
Nope.
Probably both.
It was Radioactive Dreams. In Radioactive Dreams, remember, the main characters are in a shelter.
Yep.
And then at some point, when they're in their early 20s, they break out of the shelter into the wasteland. So what the Fallout creators did is that, except Vault.
You feel better?
Instead of just random nuke shelter somewhere. And then otherwise, it's all the same shit. Mutants and
yeah, but they also watched Damnation Alley and a bunch of other stuff too, because there's tons of
Oh, I'm sure they were inspired by a lot of stuff, but like what I'm saying is the Radioactive Dreams, on the cover of the movie, it says the movie that inspired Fallout. Now they could be taken a little overboard there, and of course Fallout was inspired by tons of other shit, obviously, but this is like the main gist of it. You know, you live in a vault, you don't know shit, and now you're in a wasteland, and you think you're a 1940s detective, except mutants are trying to eat you. That is effectively Fallout.
Or just another day in Boston.
Yeah, just another day in Boston, which is better than being in Toronto.
Wow.
No, he's right. What are you wowing?
Boston's
100%
lady up there too.
I just can't imagine Boston coming out favorably to any place.
Toronto sucks. It's okay. All right. You know how I always say Florida is the cock. Florida is the cock of the U.S. because it's shaped like a cock. Therefore, the Panhandle is the taint, and Louisiana is the anus. Right? New Orleans is the exit.
Well, the Mississippi River is the
brown spot.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Toronto is like the space at the bottom of your spine where the sweat collects before it goes down into your ass crack.
Oh my God. Ass crack sweat is the worst.
You know? But it's just, you hate it. You're like, oh, I hate this. My ass crack. You know? Well, Toronto's the ass crack of Canada.
Yeah.
Mage's Musing was here so he could yell at me about me saying this all the time.
I'm impressed.
Is Mage's Musing from Toronto?
Yeah, he's a Torontonian, yeah.
So was Justin. He also lives in Toronto.
Well, that feels like you're damning him with faint praise.
I mean, he does belong at the taint.
No, I'm just saying that's two people from Toronto, you know? I mean...
Well, there are like 5 million of them or something.
Yeah, there's a lot of them up there. And then, of course, the Padre is from like Alberta or Ontario or something like that.
Dungeon Minister?
Yeah.
No, he's from... Okay, so Ontario is where Toronto is. Your geography is amazing. He's an American that relocated here.
Yeah, he's originally from Wisconsin.
Can I finish?
Maybe.
And he's just west of Toronto, a place called Georgetown, and he's in a smaller part of Georgetown called Halton Hills.
Well, I only know the address to the church because whenever I send him shit, I send it directly to the church. Because I do send him stuff. And it goes to the church. And then he tells me he has to explain to the bishop why he's getting packages full of like miniatures and shit at the church. You know, like, and he's like, well, you know, because he needed kobolds one time, so I sent him a shit ton of kobolds.
Nice.
Well, I mean, you know, not anything you would like because you don't like miniatures, like the stuff.
I don't dislike miniatures. I just don't want to fucking talk about them, and I don't paint them. That doesn't mean I dislike them. I'm just not. Okay. They're not my hobby. God, you guys are
Vic and his little game group are getting ready to get a shit ton of Greek triremes and Byron.
Nice. That's nice. That's very
because I realized I'm never using these. I made them all. I printed them out, and I'm never going to use them. So I'll just let him and the Colonel frickin' push them around their table, and I don't know. They can play the Battle of Thermopylae or something. I don't know.
Ooh.
One of them can be Themistocles, and the other one can be whoever Xerxes frickin'.
The Battle of the Hot Gates. Mm.
You know, the Hot Gates.
Sounds like where Shadow goes.
You make it sound naughty.
James, did you ever play Steady as She Bears or Steady as She Blows?
Steady as She Bears. Wow. Wow.
Well, currently they do play one of those like Ships of Wood, Men of Iron type games.
Yeah.
But I'm going to really F him up by sending him a couple of fleets of Greek ships. Let him, there you go. Deal with that, guys. Knock yourselves out. The rules are available.
Here's the Greek ships.
Online.
Here's the Greeks. And on a roll of a d6 every start of every turn, on a roll of a 1, the ship does nothing but drift 1d3 inches any direction. The crew is too busy fucking each other in the ass.
I knew that was coming. I was saying,
I did too.
How is Bruce going to get this to be a gay joke? Let's go.
Because it's Greek. But the problem is,
no. Because
I'm going to be mean. I'm going to be mean. Bruce's entire culture ripped the Greeks off,
including the butt sex.
So I'd be a little bit careful. Those who live in glass togas should not throw stones.
Those who live in the Mediterranean should shut the fuck up about other people in the Mediterranean because you're all the same fucking people doing the same bullshit all the time. You just like to think you're different, pretend, and we have to listen to you go on about it. And we're like, you're not different.
Yes, that's Northern Europeans where like, look here, you Mediterranean sheep fuckers. No one cares.
No one gives a fuck, Mediterraneans.
One of my favorite moments growing up was when my aunt was bitching about how hairy Jennifer Aniston was. Look at her. She's a Greek girl. She's an orangutan. My aunt's there, and I'm looking at her arm hair thinking I could cornrow it, and I had to just shut the fuck up.
You know, that makes sense then why Jennifer Aniston is Greek Orthodox. I always thought she converted from Judaism. But I guess she's Greek, according to you.
Yeah, she's not Jewish. Though there was a whole thing going on for the longest time that was suggesting she was trans.
Jennifer
I don't
Aniston?
understand that.
Yep, I remember that quite well.
I'll tell you what. Well, he had some nice boobs, man.
It was a big Mike moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She wasn't
nice boobs on that dude. I mean, I do remember her in an interview saying that they kept the temperature on set extra low because of how her nipples always stuck out. And they did it on purpose. So every time she'd walk on set, her nipples would be really hard. It's just like, wow.
Was that the Jim Carrey movie?
Okay.
Was that had to be the Jim Carrey movie that she did with him where he turned into God?
Yeah, that was
Bruce Almighty.
Yeah.
Right. And he's like makes the woman have the big boobies.
Yeah, and she comes in. Well, you look fabulous. Look at them. And he's like, "Yep, sure, whatever."
Daryl, Boston is a wonderful place to go if you really just want to hate cities and driving. One, a lot of the streets are super narrow. Every street is one way. Nothing is a grid. If you miss your turn off, well, you're going to drive like another 30 minutes because you got to drive in a big freaking loop to get back to where you can try the freaking turnoff again. And then if you're in South Boston, there's nowhere to park except on the street, except the street's literally 7 feet wide. So, I mean, it just sucks all the way around. People in university use Boston as an example of how not to design cities.
And Montreal.
And Montreal, you said, yeah. Whereas New York is a beautiful grid. If you want to go, if someone says, hey, meet me at 52nd and 73rd Street, not a problem. Just, do some basic grid shit. You'll get there. It's fine. Just don't go above 100 and like 10th Street at night. Because, I mean, gets a little dark above 110. Like you start looking back, seeing like Bill Burr says, you look back and all the street lamps are just going out, and you're just like, can't breathe.
You hear the batteries low on all the fire alarms in the tenements.
Yeah, you just hear. That was when he started dating the chick he ended up marrying, and he talked about her inviting him up to her apartment at 154th. He was just like, oh my God. As soon as he crossed 110th, he was like, I'm going to die. Like he walked in, he's walking down the sidewalk to her apartment, and there's like 4 black dudes there. And he's like thinking, what are they going to think seeing my howdy doody ass just coming out of the dark of the night at 2 a.m? And he's like, should I just go back and get on the subway? But of course, his penis won. So he took the risk, man. He walked by them. They didn't say anything, and he went up there and got laid. And then she ruined him forever.
Because he's not funny anymore.
Yeah. Kind of like Monty Cook and Shayna Germain. She basically murdered whatever he was. You know.
I used to like Bill Burr a lot, and he's just I've watched his newer stuff, and it's not good.
Well, the problem is his wife is like super like liberal, and liberals don't know how to tell jokes. So Bill Burr can't tell the jokes he wants to tell anymore because they might offend his wife.
He needs to go on a 170-pound diet and get rid of her ass.
Yeah. She's also not really classy. Like when they were all at the UFC or Ultimate Fight Competition thing, like Trump came in and sat down in the front row, and they had a picture of her sitting where she was sitting, flipping him off to his back. And it's like, Bill Burr, come on, dude, get your bitch in hand, you know?
Yeah, I mean, he's got TDS though as well.
Yeah, it's like that shit's just not, you know. You just don't do that to anybody. Like if I were actually, there was a time when I thought Slick Willie was the slickest dude on the planet, honestly. So I mean, really? Yeah. So he might have murdered some people, and he might.
Whoa! I will not listen to anyone badmouth the integrity.
So people accuse him of certain
Clintons.
Things, but does that really take away from like him playing saxophone on Arsenio Hall? I don't think so.
Thank you. The Clintons are good and noble people.
Oh, the band Boston? Huh.
More than a feeling.
Yeah, that was a good song.
I actually like all 3 albums of theirs I've listened to.
Yeah, Boston was a decent, just solid rock band. I mean, they weren't heavy rock. They weren't soft rock. They were just kind of, you know, out there doing the thing, you know?
I think they were the first real arena rock.
Because that was Frampton. I think Frampton was the first.
Frampton. Every woman loves Frampton. Frampton Comes Alive.
Oh, my God. That guitar. It's talking.
Do you hear that? You know?
Wow. What the fuck is Charlie Brown's teacher doing on stage?
Yeah. I remember I was hanging out with the wife, and she's like, you know, I really don't like the song Africa by Toto. Did they do anything else?
Oh, my God,
like,
yes.
What? Like, Hold the Line, you know, like
Rosanna
is like, yeah. And they were the studio band for Michael Jackson.
And they did the soundtrack for Dune.
It's like, dun, 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 dun. What is up, Doc? How you doing? Got to go. Well, I'm sorry you got to go, Dan, but hey.
Dan's not going to sit here and listen to anybody shit talk after Toto.
What was that movie?
Dan's like, you're going to shit talk Toto, I'm out.
You know, Peter Frampton, when he gets behind that guitar and he starts doing that stuff, that sounded really cool. But in the late 90s, there was a comedian or a guy, he said he was a comedian. He was supposed to be funny. He was on movies and SNL. And whenever he talked, all I could hear was Peter Frampton's guitar. It was Chris Kattan.
Oh, yeah.
Every time he opened his mouth, I thought fucking Frampton somewhere nearby strumming away.
Getting a check.
Yeah. Well, you know what I always say? SNL sucked as soon as they fired Norm. After that, they were done. I don't give a shit about them. The only reason to watch SNL was to hear Norm do the Weekend Update or whatever. You know, it was like that was it, and then you could turn that shit off because
the two guys who do the Weekend Update now are really good.
Are they?
They're really good.
Yeah.
And at the end of every season, they do this. One's white, one's black. And every season, they do this gag where they write the jokes for each other, and they try and make them as fucking dangerous as possible for them to say. And one of them, the white guy's married to Scarlett Johansson, and she was like the guest host or something for one of these episodes. So the guy was basically writing jokes for her husband, where he's like, you know, this weekend, blah, 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 Arby's, blah, blah, blah. He goes, the joke's like, but I don't go to Arby's because I've got something that looks like sliced roast beef at home. Like, it's just like,
oh my god,
horribly mean.
Poor ScarJo getting compared to some Arby's roast
she took
beef.
It well. She took
what
it
is
well.
up, Doc?
Hey, gents.
Doc, aren't you supposed to be playing Axes and Spectrumites right now?
I had to call up the game today. There was some stuff
Axes
going on.
And more axes.
Axes and people that are take things too seriously.
We're going to play a game where
that was going to be the original name of the game, but it was a little verbose.
It's like the
little bit
Central Powers.
Not those kinds of axes. Actually, the kind of axe we're referring to is better known as a. Shut the fuck up! Okay. Like, Jesus Christ. I should have been a father. I think my children would be serial killers.
Oh, speaking of axes, I found it's out in the garage right now. I found a really cheap old naval axe at a yard sale, which I grabbed. So it's pretty neat.
Out in my garage, I've got like the second printing of Axis and Allies.
I knew one of you was going to make that joke.
I haven't played it for like, I don't know, a million years, but I do own it.
Oh, fuck.
And no one even
like a dirty goblins here.
Yeah, the guy who owned it didn't know what it was. He thought it was like broken or bent or something. He was like, no, it's supposed to be like that. Because like the head is at this like sharp down angle.
Yeah.
And explain to it's so you can use it on a ship, so you can just pull it down as opposed to having to swing it where you won't have enough room.
Right.
She's like, oh, well, what's the use of that? It's like, if you're on a boat, it's very useful.
Harry Ogre is wanting to join the stream.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, I'm not the one kicking you. I don't know what in the hell's going on with that.
No.
You show up, you get booted off.
It's probably me. I forgot to turn off the YouTube channel, so I had like 3 different voices going off.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so it's like just an average day in your skull, basically.
Oh.
No, I usually only average like 2 voices.
I like that. Go with it.
That's nice.
You know? Right? If somebody says something, just go with it. Turn it on them.
No, don't turn it on them. Okay, so there's 2 rules. 1, never defend yourself, because that's when you're fucked. And 2, never turn it back on them, because that's when you're triggering their reaction to that, intensifying that can lead to a fist fight. But if you just own the joke and go, yep, yeah, dude, you know what the hardest part about being retarded is? Put fun in my shoes, whatever. Just whatever you got to do. You take all the fucking thunder away from them, but if you made everybody around you laugh while you did it, they've got no recourse. They can't get mad at you.
See, you're talking like a bouncer.
Talking like a...
Which is
like
wise
guy who was a fucking chubby redheaded kid growing up. I got picked on a lot.
I just thought those were wise words. If you're in the bar and someone says some shit, just diffuse the situation and move on.
No. I wasn't the diffuser guy. We had a diffuser guy. I was not. I was Dr. No.
You were Gargamel?
No, my name was Dr. No.
Oh.
My job was to go, no, move, now. I'm working at this club in Vancouver called Club Elite, big hip hop club. And there's this 6'9", 6'10" giant black man standing in front of my waitress station in a very nice suit. And I walk up to him, all 6'3" of my bald white ass, and I go, "You want to move, please? You're blocking my waitress station." To which he then goes, "You know who I am?" "Yeah, the guy blocking my waitress station. Move." Later, he's like the fucking star linebacker for the BC Lions football team. I'm like, and? Like, I give a fuck? I don't care.
What does that mean to me?
That's funny, though.
Well, exactly. I don't give a fuck. You're blocking my waitress station. Move, And so that's why I got the nickname Dr. No. I was the guy that gave no quarter.
Yeah.
Of course, the Lions haven't won a game in like 40 years, so how dangerous can he be?
Good thing this was 100 years ago. Hey,
that's a good story. I like it.
Well, my bouncing stories are fun until people hear them, and then they go. So I'm at a party, right? Like my buddy's backyard birthday party, barbecue type thing, and there's like 5 of us there who are all bouncers. So we just start talking to each other around the table, and we start going, remember this time when this happened? Oh, I was working at this one club, and blah, blah. And we start telling stories. And at first, there are like 10 people around us laughing. Then, as the stories kept going, and they're getting a little darker, a little more violent, there's like 5 people around us laughing. And then by the time we're talking about getting stitches at the hospital or picking a guy's teeth out of our knuckles with pliers, there's one guy left. He's laughing, and we're starting to get worried about this asshole.
I had to go to the hospital to get a tooth removed from between my knuckles because I got blood poisoning, and I could see my vein or artery or whatever here turning green and going up my arm, and my hand swelled up like a catcher's mitt. That was not good. That was bad times. But I mean, what am I supposed to do? Check and make sure somebody's got good dental before I smack them in the head? I didn't know he had bad teeth and they'd break off and a sliver of one of them would go in my hand.
Well, you are in Florida. There's a better than 50% chance he's got bad teeth.
That is true. I mean, if he's one of the Methersons, there's a really good chance his teeth are not good.
I must say that there's worse place in the States where the dental care is less than Florida. And I'm just going to point to the map where Leavenworth, Missouri's at. And for them having a federal facility there, the dental care, my friends that have served time over there as a guard, and they've gone to other assignments or they've done other things, the dental care there sucks. They waited for their next duty station to get shit fixed. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, I would say all of West Virginia.
Ooh.
A big chunk of East Tennessee, a big chunk of Kentucky. The places where people strip copper wire for like a career choice?
Yes.
All of those places, you will run into people who...
Like if you were to find a bottle of Pervitin in your sergeant's pocket after the snow avalanche, and you decide you got to go hiking for a few days, and you pop the Pervitin to stay awake and trying to stay warm, suddenly you're infused with the idea that catalytic converters really need to be in your collection. All of them.
All of them, yes.
All the catalytic converters.
That is a thing. Still in catalytic converters, yeah.
The other thing is, the meth heads I've seen around San Antonio, they look at a computer tower or mini tower, and they want to just pull it apart, and
I bet you that thing's full of copper.
They pull it apart, and now you've got a pile of computer parts. Half of it's gone if it's got copper in there. It's crazy.
Yep. That is the one thing I guess they all have in common all around the world. They love copper.
Which is funny.
I mean,
go ahead.
It's easy to sell. It's hard to track.
Yeah, right. You just kind of.
I knew a guy. He told me that he'd go around stealing. Him and a bunch of his buddies would go around stealing like manhole covers, and then sell them back.
What?
Yeah.
Okay. A manhole cover weighs between like 75 to 300 pounds, just depending on which type you get. The newer ones are lighter. I don't know why, but
probably made out of shittier metal. I don't know.
You're correct.
I'm just repeating the story I was told.
Well, I know the ones we got down here.
It was always him and some buddies. So he had some help.
The ones we got down here, you can pop open. We actually have a tool that grabs into because there's like notches on them, and you get the tool in the notch and pop it open. Because I mean, I've had to like do underground utilities work where you had to go into. Usually, what it is the people who camera like the manhole covers. They'll be like, this particular manhole, all the bricks on the inside are falling apart and shit. So you got to pop the cover and move it. And yeah, they weigh quite a bit. But I mean, one guy can carry it. And then you go in with hydraulic concrete and you mix it up on the spot because this shit dries really quick and it'll dry underwater even. And then you have to put a thick layer of hydraulic concrete all over where the bricks are collapsing in. And then if you do that, hey, they give you a cookie when you get back to the office. But you got to have like 4 guys there because you got, it's got to be ventilated and you got to have a safety harness on because, I mean, Florida, the ground naturally emits nitrogen sulfide or whatever it is, which means if you get in a hole in Florida, there's a good chance you'll just pass out and die. And usually 2 or 3 people die before the 4th guy stops and says, wait a minute. Because the first guy goes in and passes out. So his buddy jumps in to drag him out. He passes out. And then the 3rd guy either figures it out or jumps in. And then maybe the 4th guy is like, yeah, I'm not jumping. Yeah, a lot of people die that way down here doing underground utility work.
Makes me think of that scene, Mom and Dad Save the World.
Yeah, with the grenade. They keep picking it up.
What? Do they think we're stupid? This is clearly a trap. Hey, guys, do not pick up this. This is not their leader. It's a trap. Don't pick it. Pick up what? Pick up this. Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. Yeah. That's a good movie. Yeah, but it is that way. So now we have tons of rules where when you pop the manhole cover, you got to ventilate it out. You got to put a harness on. Mm-hmm. The second guy there's got to have training. You got to have training so that everybody knows if something bad happens, pull you up on the winch. Do not go in. It's kind of like every now and then you'll see those big metal boxes. And it's because Florida, the ground is basically like water. It flows. So if you dig a trench to put a line in, they put the box in. Then you climb in with a ladder and you do whatever work you got to do. And the box keeps the ground from just burying you. I don't know what the death rate is now, but before they start getting hardcore with that stuff, state of Florida, you lose a couple hundred guys a year to entombment because we have nothing but sand. It's all sand. Everywhere is sand. If I dig 2 feet deep in my backyard, water will fill the hole. Because we're literally like 6 inches above sea level or some shit. But yeah, so now you didn't need to know about that. But hey, it could help you in a Dungeons and Dragons game or Palladium because there could be a section of a dungeon full of hydrogen sulfide. And it is an invisible killer that has no smell. You walk in it and take a couple breaths and boom, you're out. And now I have a Land Raider or a Lehman Russ tank over here. See how small it is compared to those infantry carriers? Tiny.
Yeah. Well, that's why they started those tanks of that carry liquid. Whenever they go to clean those out, they now require to have like a big bright red flag on the one that you're working on,
right?
Because they've had people die and
get closed up in them and shit. Yeah,
because you get in there with that high pressure hose and it's hot, and then it gets closed in, and then it'll just.
Yep.
You're toothpaste.
And none of these jobs are the jobs that people are fighting to make sure everyone can get. Anyway, I'm not trying to be political. I'm just saying. You're never going to see any woman on TV being like, I demand there be an equal number of underground utility specialists.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. No. They want all the easy jobs.
They can't do all the hard jobs, James. That's the thing.
Well, yeah, I saw that one English guy telling that chick, like, oh, you're demanding equal representation? Well, how about bricklayers? 99% of them are men. I don't hear you bitching about wanting to be a bricklayer.
More than 99% of all septic and grease pumpers are going to be men.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Or like that guy that goes to the top of the tower to change that light bulb.
Men.
Yeah.
It's all men.
That. They can have that job.
We tried to give that job to the women. They would not take it.
Yeah, it's like they can have that job. I don't want it. And I'm not even afraid of heights, really. I just don't want that job.
I don't want that job. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good.
It's not the fact it's a 400-foot tall tower or whatever it is. It's the fact that you've got to haul things up as you're going and ascending. And that's just not my bag.
You know what the worst part is? You would be able to actually consider all the ways you effed up if you fell. Like before you hit the ground, you'd have enough time to consider like all the mistakes in your life before
all the problems you ever made in your life for yourself. You would have a good long look at each and every one of them before you smack your head at velocity.
Yeah, before
you can get terminal velocity pretty quickly though.
Yeah, but when you're that high up,
and then you die. You die before you hit the ground. That's the point. Right? Terminal velocity isn't about the impact. It's about your body collapsing in on itself in the air because of the pressure you're under, right? As you're falling towards the earth.
I thought terminal velocity was just when you hit maximum speed.
Yeah, that's what I understand it.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I remember there was this whole thing we got taught in physics about when you drop from above a certain height, there's a better than like 60% chance you die before you hit the ground. Let me look it up.
There's a weight.
And you could be 100%.
Because those guys, there have been guys who have done parachute drops from the stratosphere.
Oh yeah, no, but they also wear pressure suits, right? Never forget that.
Well, they do wear suits.
Like the Red Bull
pressure suits, but they do wear those suits.
Okay, so terminal velocity means you're no longer accelerating. You've maintained a speed now. That's exactly what it means.
Yeah.
Now, if you were to argue that, hey, most people die of heart attacks before they hit the ground from the height, I'd be like,
that could be it.
Can I have a heart attack now?
Because I'd be like, I just want to die, please. I mean, you're falling and just looking like
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Yeah. I mean, if you've got time to call your wife and tell her you love her before you hit the ground, you shouldn't be up different.
Okay, so dying from a high fall before hitting the ground is possible due to a sudden catastrophic medical event like a heart attack, stroke, or aneurysm triggered by the shock and stress of the fall. This is a rare occurrence, but distinct from typical causes of death from high falls, which involve catastrophic, extreme deceleration trauma.
Yeah.
Remember, it's not the fall that kills you; it's the sudden stop at the end.
I like how pilots
there's also hypoxia is another possibility, which is basically your airway gets obstructed or collapses in on itself. Yeah.
Yep. So you suffocate.
Or shock. You can go into shock and die too.
Yep.
So lots of ways to die before you hit the ground. Just saying.
So one of my, I'm going to just call him an uncle because he's like 15 years older than me and he's close to my family, but he just got onto YouTube. He's like 65, got nothing going on because he just retired. He tells me like 2 days ago, he's like, hey, you ever hear of Hannah Barron? She hooked catfish with her hands. Yeah. What's going on? Have you seen her? Yeah, she's cute. Cute. A rabbit's cute. She's beautiful. And I'm like, yeah, I guess, but I mean, she's been on the YouTubes and all the internet and all that for like her entire life. Her daddy raised her kind of in front of a camera.
Are you gonna be okay in there? Okay. Go ahead.
I was noticing that, and then today after this phone call, I opened my YouTube and there's like 4 things, 2 shorts of Hannah Barron and 1 video of hers. I'm like, motherfucking Google, stop listening to me.
You know what the best part about having an iPhone and using a Mac is? They don't do that. So I can talk to you about whatever, and I don't suddenly get recommended a bunch of shit. When I had an Android and a PC, all the fucking time.
I'll tell you another good thing. She probably don't go noodling up in Kentucky.
Have you seen the catfish she hooks?
Yeah, people get killed by them in Kentucky.
Yeah, she's hauled up one that was like 6.5, 7 foot before.
Yeah, you know what the rule for noodling in Kentucky is? Never put your head under the wire.
Don't do it? Oh.
Never put your head under the wire. Because if you put your head under the water and you reach in and the catfish is in a cave and you get a hold of it, it'll just cramp down on you and bulk itself up. You're not getting it out of that cave. And after about 2 minutes, you're dead.
Interesting.
Happens all the time.
Because I think she's done it in some pretty nasty brown water before. I'm not saying Yangtze. I'm saying more like
it's not the brown water. It's that your head underwater.
Yeah, I get that.
It's not gray water.
I mean, the Mississippi is not a super clean river.
I mean, there is a lot of catfish that do live in the gray water, to be fair. But no, that's the thing. Like in the Mississippi, when you see them noodling, they're usually like, I don't know, maybe thigh deep in the muddy water, reaching around. In Kentucky, they used to, like in the Cumberland, they'd swim down a little bit to try to noodle. And if you get a big catfish, and they do get, really big in there, it'll just hold on to you until you drown. So the rule is never put your head underwater if you're noodling for catfish. I mean, or even better, just leave it alone altogether because you don't need to be in there.
I mean, that explains why it's here at Hannah Barron, because she's got a camera guy. There's a couple other safety people off camera.
Oh, hell yeah.
She's only 100 pounds. I mean, yes, she's been bulking up lately. Her thighs are like Chung Lee.
Nice.
94, 95. Not the super big, bulky Chung Lee shit that you get now. But her thighs are nice and thick. They're good games.
It's dummy thick.
Yeah. But they're not like hyper accentuated like she looks like she's in gear.
Right.
She's appreciably cute. She looks really good in a dress. She just had a dress on, I guess. It was short.
Bruce, you know that if you mention anything, I have to mention why you don't do it in Kentucky. That's a rule.
But
anyway, you know what I mean?
Yes.
If you're in Tennessee or Mississippi or wherever you are, you can do all the shit you want to do. And when you tell me about, I will give you the 9 ways that you don't do that shit in Kentucky because you'll die. It's just the way. Like our Cumberland River is 400 plus feet deep.
Well, how's this for a rule? Don't stick a body part in a cave underwater.
Yeah, that's a good rule.
Hey. No fucking kink shaming, please.
My kink is shaming kinks.
So
well, I'm going to shame your kink then.
So anyway,
okay.
I just thought it was funny that yesterday I have a discussion with Shane in the morning about everything going on. And then next thing I know, today when I open the tubes, it's like, there's Hannah all over my YouTubes. Thanks.
Yeah, I just looked her up. She's all right.
Some people like tom girls. You know what I mean?
She's quite the little tom girl, and she's.
Yeah, I don't care about her personality. I'm just saying, looking at her as a person, I'm like, yeah, she's all right.
Tom girl's not necessarily just a personality; it's a look.
Well, yeah, that's usually lesbian, but that's neither here nor there.
Speaking of lesbians,
oh yes,
man rule that we need to put into actual law in the United States is lesbians from henceforth shall not be allowed to pleasure themselves with anything remotely resembling a dick.
This is my joke, man. How are you throwing my own jokes back at me? Aww.
Well, I learned from the best, or I should have said I learned it from you.
I learned it from you. I learned about watching you. The joke is, and this was my friend's joke that he did in stand-up, which killed me the night he did it, is, hey, lesbians, you're no longer allowed to use dildos shaped like cocks. You made your choice.
You made your choice. Yeah, right.
What do they got to use now? Like a shampoo bottle?
I don't know.
There are tons of dildos out there that do not look like men's penises, and that's a them problem, not an us problem.
That's a them problem, man. They made their choice, like the guy said. You made your choice. Now live with it. I agree.
Because there's got to be like a level in the head, like subconscious, that's got to be fucking with them every time they're getting pleasure from a cock-shaped thing, right? There's got to be some part of their subconscious that's like, this is wrong. I don't like penises. Why is this working? It's gotta be.
Funnier is if that voice was like some northeastern Jewish woman just giving her the fucking guilt trip. just a 9 out of 10 guilt trip.
Well, like every lesbian has an old fucking Yiddish grandmother living in their head.
That'd be great.
I don't know why you're getting pleasure from this. You said you don't like the penis, but here it is. The penis is in you, and you're liking it very much. So you just have to admit you hate men now.
Also, you never call.
Also, you never call. You could have married that nice boy from Brooklyn, but no, you had to be a lesbian in the Bronx. Okay, well now you got your plastic prick.
I mean, the rabbi had a really nice son. He was interested. I think he was interested, but now you're all.
He has a very nice schlong that looks very much like the one made out of latex you have inside you right now. Is all I'm saying.
Oh my God, yeah, Grandma's getting nuts over there.
Yeah, Grandma. Well, it's a lesbian grandma. Come on.
I mean, Grandma's being like, look.
Nerdy wanted to say something, but he was interrupting my comedy, so I kept talking. Go ahead, Nerdy.
So, did you hear about that woman that sued the company that makes the dildos?
The company that makes the dildo. Okay, this is an urban legend. Go ahead.
No, or a company. But anyway, apparently she's a lesbian. She got hammered one night, got hold of a dildo, a purple dildo, used it, woke up the next morning, and then sued the company for rape.
That's not true. That's not bullshit.
Okay, Nerdy Ogre, my only question is, did she have purple hair? Because if she had purple hair, I believe you.
I do not know the color of her hair.
Yeah, because if she was a crazy bitch, I believe it. But if she was just a normal, like, lesbian, I don't think I believe that.
Nope. There's zero on Google about this. This is not a true story.
Well, that's because Big Dildo is trying to keep it under wraps.
Big dildos. They got them compromised in Google by the Big Dildo.
Yeah, Big Dildo is like.
I believe the official term is giant schlong. So
giant
schlong.
Well, that's the New York branch.
The
New York City branch is giant schlong.
Who gives a shit about any other branch? Hey, oh.
Hey, oh, yeah. Hey. Now, Nerdy Ogre, if the question were, do you believe some of these crazy purple-haired bitches would do something like that? I would say maybe. Yeah, they're pretty crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's like all the women freaking out because so many American states are wanting to make DNA testing at the birth of a child mandatory. And all these women are losing their shit because they're like, uh-oh. You know what I mean? Like, so I have a baby, and the first thing they do is test to see if the father is the actual father.
Do you remember the time when Oprah called up Chappelle and was like, David, I'm pregnant. And he's like, gotcha, bitch. And that bit was so fucking good because the whole time he's like living the life and spending money and getting things just for the house and it's for the children. And then when the kid comes out, it looks exactly like Dr. Phil.
Yeah. That was one of Chappelle's sticks, though, that like if he got a chance, he would definitely try to knock Oprah up. She is a billionaire. Like, yes. So I mean, I dig what he's saying there. It's kind of like that idiot guy on the Kansas City Chiefs that's marrying
the girl
Swift.
Yes, Taylor.
Yeah, his net worth is like $9 million. Her net worth is like 1.30 something billion. It's like, yeah, okay. I get it.
The unmined continent of Africa is poorer than Taylor Swift.
Yeah. It's like, okay, I totally get it.
Whose fault is that?
It's completely Africa's fault.
Taylor Swift.
I blame the rains down in Africa.
That's why there's no vampires there.
There's no vampires in Africa?
Because you bless the rains.
No, I said I blame the rains.
You blame them? Well,
according to Solomon Kane, Africa's full of vampires.
Or lack thereof.
And according to that clock, the Grim Reaper's about to visit one of us. So that's nice.
And I believe they're called Blackulas.
Blackulas.
I
still love that bit on Community where Troy always referred to vampires as Draculas. I don't want no Draculas coming. It's like, what?
Who's the Venture Brothers brother that he only kills European vampires or black vampires?
He's a Blackula that kills Dracula or some shit.
Yeah.
What the hell's his name?
I don't know. It's too bad Shadow's not here. He could tell us.
And then you've got the one little Jewish guy that they hang out with. They're like a little super team. You've got like the magic user guy and the little.
Yeah, you got Dr. Morpheus. Oh!
Jefferson Twilight.
Jefferson
yeah,
Twilight.
And yeah. That shit is pretty hilarious.
I think it would have been better if his name had been like Ulysses S. Blackula. That would have been like a way better name.
That would have been definitely a more blaxploitation name.
Yeah.
Ulysses
Fuck
S.
yeah.
Blackula.
No sign of Blackulas, but I can't rule out Caucasian vampires.
Right. Yeah, that shit's hilarious. Oh man, have you guys saw? I know you have because I've talked about it a million times. The Chaotic Good Barbarian Dungeon Soup.
He just had his premiere for the last show of the season today, I guess.
Yeah, there's a new one up. Yeah, because I watched it once because of you. Now I get recommended it all the fucking time.
I'm sorry. There's an episode where like the witch is trying to make the immortality potion and he jumps in and she thinks he's gonna stop her, but he actually helps her. And she's like, takes the potion. He's like, why are you helping me? And he's like, he like bends his neck and you hear the muscles creaking. He's like, I like my playthings durable. And then when he turns around to lock the door and the lich is on his back with the spike through it, and the lich is yelling, run, bitch, run. But you can't hear because it's like, and he just turns around. It's like, I love that. When he's talking to the stupid Kevin, the paladin, he's like, Kevin, you don't have to kill someone to punish them. And they go to the orc camp and he just like cuts that orc's arms and legs off and cooks him till he looks like a chicken nugget. But he doesn't kill him though. And the barbarian just stands there and watches with a little smile on his face. That barbarian's a sociopath.
I love Dungeon Soup. That's one
Either way. I mean, the one where he like
cartoon on here.
The succubus is trying to do whatever, so he beats her ass up and pulls her hearts out and makes her eat it. She takes a bite of her own heart and he's like, and how is that? And she's like, it's good. She's crying. He's like making her eat her own intestines and shit. Like,
do you ever get the impression that if someone just walked in the room right now, they'd be like calling the cops listening to you talk?
Maybe, but I mean, those people need to watch the Chaotic Good.
Oh my God. Can I tell you my favoriteest fucking thing that happened today? Just to ironically laugh your asses off for a quick second.
Yes.
I went online to Staples to get an estimate on printing a bunch of stuff and preparing it for the game at ClareCon, right?
Right.
With the rush job to get it done by Thursday at the earliest so I can get it to ClareCon, it was going to cost me $100 in total for the color printing, the lamination, everything. I thought about it and said, fuck it, went on Amazon and bought an inkjet printer for $100 that's arriving tomorrow, and they won't be laminated. Fuck you. You know, like, Jesus Christ, what's going on in this world with pricing?
You know,
you can get a laminator. They're not
laminators are dirt cheap.
I don't have extra money for a laminator. I had enough money for a printer. I'm not made of money over here. Maybe in your world you could just buy laminators for everyone. Just laminate this, laminate that. I laminated the cat. He looks better. He's shinier. I can't afford these things.
I can see the cat at night.
The cat is very washable now. He's laminated.
So there
what was that?
Little spritz of the Windex.
I can't hear you, James.
I said my wife bought my laminator. So ha.
Well, it must be nice being a kept man.
It is.
I can imagine.
You
really seem very happy. As a domesticated animal, you seem very happy.
I'm like your cats.
Yes.
I just show up expecting food and scratches.
Well, then maybe I'll get a laminator and laminate you. Who knows?
Yeah.
We have I have my birth certificate from the province of Nova Scotia. It's a little thing goes in your wallet like this, and it says void if laminated. So I've had that thing for 30 years, and it's just shredded. It's like, but you can still read it.
Yeah, mine says void if laminated too, but it's laminated.
Do you tear tags off mattresses, sir?
I do that.
Yeah.
Hold on. It said it's void. It didn't say it was illegal to do it.
Yeah. And since I have the Gold Star ID anyway, I don't.
Well, tearing the tags off the mattress is illegal.
No, it's not. It's only illegal if the store does it before delivery to the customer.
It says it on the tag. It says it on the tag that it's
removed before delivered to customer on the tag. Just for fucking 50 years, American comedians have been making that joke. So all Americans think it's illegal to tear a tag off a mattress now.
It is a funny joke, though.
It was once upon a time.
It says it on the tag.
Oh my God! Don't be Aaron the pedantic.
Seriously.
Who is
I thought you weren't one of the autists. I thought you were like one of the normal ones, Nerdy Ogre. Apparently, I'm wrong. Apparently, you're a spectrumite too.
I used to enjoy Aaron the Pedantic, but I felt sorry for him, and then I don't know what happened to the boy.
Well,
is that the D&D guy?
His heavy hottie left him. He kind of fell off.
Was that the YouTube guy?
Yeah.
With he did D&D stuff, right?
Yep.
Yeah, a bunch of people were like, "You should get him on the Four Color Cafe" a couple of years ago, and I went and watched his stuff, and I'm like, "No, I shouldn't."
No.
He is a decent guy, and he was apparently married to Dolly Pop, and then Dolly Pop left him. And
isn't she a chubster?
Yep.
I said heavy hottie. Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't understand because heavy hottie means something different in English. You meant fat chick. I got it.
Is she the one that was on Max's show that time? It was daydreaming about AI.
She's fat.
Yes.
She actually commented on a couple of my videos like a while back. And by a while back I mean 2 days ago.
Oh, nice. I don't know her.
But at some point, I think they had like 3 kids and shit. She just up and bunked out, and then he kind of fell off because I assume he's working his ass off to pay all that child support or something. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know who did what. I mean, according to both of them, nobody did anything. It's nobody's fault. But you know what? Having been divorced twice, I don't believe that.
Yeah,
it's always somebody's fault. Somebody did something.
Someone did something there. And now
the question is, was it him, or did she meet somebody online and decide to leave her husband and go get railed out by some dude she met online? It happens a lot. Happened to me once. It can happen to anybody. If it happened to me, it could happen to anybody. Because when it happened to me is when I was still 180, buff as shit, young, being all cool and shit. So if it could happen to me when I was in my cool young guy phase, I mean, seriously.
I walked into my job as a lumberyard assistant manager, and I found my my boss who had just recently bought a Gateway computer. I'm going to take you back a few decades. He bought a Gateway computer, and that became the family's new focus of activities. Mm-hmm. And apparently, after about a month and a half of this Gateway being in the front room of the house, now it got moved to the bedroom where the wife and husband slept. And my boss had blown his brains out. I get to see my boss with all of his important bits just kind of splattered over the 2x8s and 2x6s and 2x10s. And he'd gone into work, and he
well, I wouldn't think he would be.
He thought about it, I guess, and then he just ended it before we all started the shift. And so called the ambulance, and police came. Of course, media came. We kept them out, but he self-exited because his wife found some dude online, and she had left him 3 days before. He didn't tell anybody, and so she had to spend $800, $900 to fly back from somewhere BFE, Colorado or Wyoming. I think it was Laramie, Wyoming, and she met a nice guy and took off. Just left him all the kids, all the bills, and
I have a quick question, Bruce.
Go ahead.
How is this amusing?
It's not.
But you're having laughs and a good time and joking about shit. And you're like, by the way, I would like to tell you a story about a man who killed himself. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, Bruce.
It was one of those events that
all appear to be enjoying yourselves and laughing greatly. Let me share with you this anecdote about a man I worked for whose wife left him and he ate a gun.
Well, I'm just saying,
you were saying funny, ha. I thought we were just doing funny, strange. My apologies.
Yeah. I mean, mine was, I married a horse. She did some bad shit. Ha. Who cares? Bruce is all so this guy I know blew his head off.
I worked with him for about 2 years. I knew him pretty well. He'd come over to the house a couple times. Family knew him.
Yes,
Stop! For the love of God, stop!
Just
it really sucked.
But the
yes,
point
I'm
is,
sure
it
did.
does happen.
Stop talking about it.
It does happen. I hope it didn't happen to freaking Aaron the Pedantic, because that would suck.
Hey.
But hey, man.
So, anybody gone to see the new Deathstalker movie yet?
There is in Texas an overabundance of heavy hotties So that dude just needs to pull himself up by his bootstraps, grab him another big girl. He'll be fine.
Yeah, there's so many girls that are of the Hispanic ascendancy or descendancy here with the judicious ass. So much round.
No. If you're into big girls,
oh my god,
get yourself get yourself the young Latina so she's hot, and then just stick with her until she gets 30.
Yes,
and now you got a big girl.
I saw there's one of my neighbors. She's got a late teen daughter that today when she was getting in her fucking car today, I'm like, holy shit, where's the father in your life? You should never go out with that much ass cheek exposed. And I had a 50-year-old man moment where I'm like, you shouldn't be outside in that outfit. You need to go back up in your apartment and get dressed in something else, something that covers you up.
My buddy said the day he realized, because he had a daughter, he goes, the day I realized like she was like affecting my life. He was at a convenience store at like 2 a.m. in the middle of winter, early winter. And he goes, and these girls all walked in and they were all dressed really scantily, like they'd just come from the club. And I thought to myself, he goes, normally my thought should have been, fuck, they look good. Instead, my thought was, Jesus Christ, put on a coat. What's wrong with you? You're going to catch your death. And it's like, wow. Beans, look, another cat. Look, Beans, another cat. Look better. You don't give a fuck, do you? Okay.
No,
hey, look at him. I don't care. Look at him.
Doc's cat's looking around like, what in the F is all this shit?
Meow. 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 All you're doing is meowing in both our headsets now. Thank you. What? Oh my god, there's another cat in my skull. What's going on?
I'll get you, Gadget.
I'll get you,
Gadget, next time. Don't fuck with me, Skeletor.
Voice of that guy. Someone famous, actually.
I gotta sign off. I gotta go have dinner before the music show. Just wanted to pop in, say hello.
Yeah,
hour and 45
minutes.
Bye-bye. Catch you guys later.
I'm gonna have to get going too. I gotta see what's going on with food here. So you gentlemen have.
And I must go find other stories about death on the internet to share with you next time.
Well, I could tell you the story of why my brother quit the volunteer fire department.
And I'm out. No. Bye. See you guys later. Bye. Take care.
I spent years working as a paid firefighter. I don't tell you guys things.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not trying to bring you down and make you feel shitty.
Like I said, man, my brother,
James L says she was mid. James L. Oh, James L. Okay, my buddy from the imaginary land of Australia.
Well, see, I never understood. I thought it was New Zealand that was imaginary, because it's always because it's like if you look on the UN flag, it's not there, and there's.
I think New Zealand is like the imaginary land of the imaginary lands.
Because I mean, it's like everybody knows Australia. It's like kangaroos and didgeridoos and koalas.
Shellback bow. Shellback. Did you get your shellback in the Navy? Is that why you say shellback? I know that because I worked with a guy and he had his shellback thing signed by like King Poseidon or some shit, and it was like a big deal. Because it means that you were in the Navy and you crossed like the equator and some meridian or some shit. And then you get called a shellback. But I think they torture you before they give you the thing. New Zealand is just shy. Yeah, that's what it is. New Zealand, it's just shy. Oh, so congratulations, sir. You just missed Bruce, who is a fellow sailor. Meanwhile, I was Army, so they don't give us anything like that. You got to get shot or go to a school to get any recognition. Otherwise, see, I think it'd be cool if like they had a thing where like you have shot somebody on every continent. You get to be a master killer. But no, they don't do that, unfortunately.
Achievement
unlocked. You've killed somebody on every continent. Which would be weird because it's like, why are you killing people on Australia? Like, what's going on? I mean, the rest of the continents I can totally dig. But what are you doing with killing people on Australia? I mean, they don't do anything. Yes, I am painting Epic, but it's the new Epic, James L. So it's the 8 mil instead of 6 mil. And these are Imperial Guard Army guys. So what do they call them now? The Solar Auxiliary, but that doesn't make any damn sense. But these are Dracosan infantry carriers, because in 30K they didn't have the Chimera. Everybody's favorite infantry carrier, the Chimera. Antarctica, there's reasons you could kill somebody on Antarctica. There's Russian bases down there, German bases. Everybody's got bases on Antarctica. You never know. There could be a secret that needs to be kept. And the only way to keep it is to exterminate some people that found out about it in Antarctica. Like, there could be a Cthulhu monster down there. And we got to keep that shit under wraps. So you send in, you know, some special operators to handle business, right? But King Neptune, the equator, and yeah, he said when the buddy I'm talking about, when he did, they made him like climb through like a big tube full of garbage and Vaseline and like do all kinds of crazy shit. And then at the end, he showed me his thing though, and he had this beautiful like certificate that he had in a frame, and it was like, you know, welcome to the shellback, whatever, and it was signed by King Neptune, and it kind of made me a little jealous, even though as a soldier, I'm like, yeah, whatever, squid. But at the same time, I was like, that's kind of cool, though. Yeah, there could be another Stargate down there. There could be like a gateway to the center of the Earth. There could be a hidden Nazi submarine base that's still functioning. We don't know.
Captain America.
Right. So at some point, you might have to gank some dudes in Antarctica. That's a thing. North America, that's easy. I mean, you can do that in Detroit. Get that out of the way real quick, you know, and then South America, super easy. We may be invading Venezuela any minute. So, I mean, you know, so that shit could happen. Europe, plenty of places in Europe full of people who deserve to be ganked.
Asia.
Middle East. The Middle East, that's where I did most of my ganking. The Middle East and Central America.
The last Blockbuster video.
Yeah, the last Blockbuster video is so, like.
Hey, James, let me ask you something.
Yes.
Did whenever you were in the service, did you come to San Antonio?
No, sir. I went to Georgia, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Georgia, Honduras, Georgia. Well, Honduras and Nicaragua, but keep it a secret about the Nicaragua part. And then Georgia. Because the Army don't get to go anywhere cool. Why, are you fucking kidding? Like the Navy, they're like, oh, when I was in the Navy, I went to Spain and I went to like Istanbul, and then we stopped off in Australia. And you ever hear the Navy guys talking, or the Marines are even worse? Yeah, when I was in the Marines, we went to Japan, and you're in the Army. It's like, yeah, I went to the fucking shittiest places ever. Are you going to be okay?
Well, I was talking with somebody. And I was told it's like practically everybody I know, everybody I've talked to that has been in any of the service has come through San Antonio.
I have never been.
A full on, not necessarily just a full on being assigned here, but at least you know it was a waste. You know, it was a.
No, I was Benning, Stewart. Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Stewart, Honduras, Stewart, Florida, home.
Because I was telling,
and like I said, Nicaragua, but keep that secret because we weren't supposed to be there.
San Antonio has like two nicknames. We're known as the Alamo City, and we're also known as Military City, USA, because we have so many military bases.
Yes, San Antonio. Don't you got like Fort Hood?
Yeah, Fort Hood, one of them. There's
one. Is it Fort Hood where they teach people to be paramedics or something? Medics.
That was
I think that's Texas.
It was called BAMC. Now it's called SAMC.
Look, I went to Benning. You know what they teach you at Benning?
What?
Shoot people. That's it. All day long, shoot people.
Well,
then I got some training on Bradley's, and that was cool. And then I went to Fort Stewart, which we called Fort Swampy, and hung out there until they sent us over to the Middle East to do some stuff. And that came back, and then they said, hey, there's this unit called First U.S. Special Intelligence Agency. How would you like to be a member of that? Which the answer would have been no, but I had no choice, actually. And that landed me at an Air Force base in Honduras called Palermo or something like that. It's an Air Force base, but there's a tiny little fenced-in area where Army guys are. I mean, between you and I'm pretty sure it's a CIA thing. And you do long-range patrols along the border with Nicaragua, and shit like that. And then after a year, you get to come home. I should have stayed in. Maybe I could have angled my way into becoming CIA or something, or maybe, like a real deal Delta guy or something, but
yeah.
Now, I will tell you one thing about Honduras. You got to tie all your gear to you with 550 cord because the monkeys will steal it. And I'm not even joking. Like, you'll be like out doing a patrol in the jungle, and to sleep, you put your rucksack against a tree. To sleep, you put your rifle on your chest, right? And if that shit is not tied off to your LED, a monkey will take your M16 and be gone through the woods. And then you will be in big time trouble. Because it's totally against the law to lose your weapon, even to a monkey. And then if you go to Panama, you can do some jungle training, which is cool, and get that big badge on the front of the uniform that's for jungle training and shit. Shellback, see, look at all the cool places he went. I went to Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Honduras / Nicaragua, Georgia. That's all the places I went. Because that's just how the Army works, man. Actually, it's my fault. If I'd win another MOS, I could have went to somewhere cool. But if you go in as an 11 series, yeah, you're going to Georgia or somewhere shitty. That's just how it works. You know what I mean? If I'd went in to become like an X-ray technician, they might have stationed me in Spain or somewhere. But there's just a lot of places in the world that they don't need infantrymen. You know what I mean? There's no call for it. Unless you're airborne, then you can go to that place in Spain. There's an airborne base in Spain. Supposed to be absolutely beautiful. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was not airborne. I was the guy riding in the back of a Bradley. My buddies are coming over. That's why the dogs are freaking out. Yeah, I was in much earlier. I was in 91, and it was a bloodbath, but not us. You know what I mean? It was a bloodbath for them because we just ran them up, kicked their asses, only fought at night. They didn't have night vision. We didn't F around with all the stupid shit. Like Marines in Fallujah kicking doors in. We don't kick doors in. We call an M1 up to put an HE round through the door. Then when the whole building is destroyed, then we might go up and see what's going on in there. But like, we ain't kicking doors in. We don't give a shit about all that. And I know some people out there be like, well, what about civilians? Yeah, what about them? Because in the world of living, if it comes down to me and you, it's going to be you that don't live. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how the Army was in 91. It's like, well, we could go in there and kick the door in and maybe lose a guy or two, or hear me out, bringing in one up,
delete the building from
the HE round in there and see what happens, you know. And of course, my commander was like, yeah, we've got a company of M1s assigned to us because that's what they call light combat arms. So 3 companies of infantry, 1 company of armor. And they split the armor out amongst infantry. Yes.
You're coming, right?
I'm coming to where?
You're getting off?
I don't know. It depends.
Well, honey, come on. We got people here. This is for you.
Oh.
Yeah. Come interact with people that are actually.
Are you trying to tempt me?
No. Come interact with people that are in our house. Live stream.
I don't like any of them.
That's why they're all friends.
I know, I gotta go.
All right.
All of your friends are your European airborne billets were very hard to get in our day, Jen. That's how you ended up in Panama, Jeff. I do remember feeling so jealous of the airborne guys that came through Panama, and they had their combat jump wings. But then, usually, what happened is they were in 375 Ranger, and they went to Panama, and then they decided they didn't want to be in Ranger Battalion anymore, so they got sent to 7th Infantry, which was like Ranger Reject, we used to call ourselves. But they had the cool jump wings with the star and shit like that, and the wreath and shit. That was, man, I'd be like, man, I'm so jealous. Plus, I mean, we all had our CIBs, but honestly, I like my EIB better. Because to get an EIB, you have to actually go through a whole course and earn it by knowing your job. To get a CIB, you have to just be an infantryman that happens to spend some time in a combat zone. So, you know what I mean? One of them is expert infantry, and the other one is combat infantry. So everybody can get a CIB if you're infantry. You just show up where some people are shooting at you, and boom, Bob's your uncle, right? But to get that EIB, you got to spend like a week going through test after test after test, physical test, mental tests. And if you pass, then you get your EIB. And that's the shit right there. But, Jeff, I'm sorry I got to go. And yes, I agree, Phyllis. Those Marines, actually, the Marines got in trouble in Fallujah because they were getting so many headshots that the government thought they were executing people. And it just turns out that the Marines with ACOGs were super accurate. And every time somebody popped a head off, the Marines would just put a round in him, right? But yeah, to get that airborne billet in Spain, you had to know somebody.
Why are there so many headshots coming from this area? Well, that's the only part of the body they'll expose to us.
The fat electrician has a whole video about it.
Yeah.
He is. And the guy BRC that posts on here sometimes, he's here now. So I got to go hang out.
All right.
Later.
I like how he does the main character shit.
You are. Well, I wasn't going to call you a fat electrician. You are an